everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The silver locket was cold in his palm, a forgotten thing left to gather dust in the corner of the library's deepest shelf. Emmett held it up, the tarnished chain slithering through his fingers like a dead serpent. It was a woman's piece, delicate, engraved with an intricate pattern of thorns and a single unblinking moonstone at its center. It felt out of place here among the leather-bound histories of the Blackwood family, a silent, gleaming anomaly. He did not open it, not yet. He simply turned it over and over, feeling the weight of its secret, a small, hard proof that someone had been here, in this room of whispers and old grief, and had left in a hurry. Eric watched from the doorway, his bulk a familiar comfort in the unsettling quiet of the manor. He saw the way Emmett's eyes, the color of a winter sky, lost their focus, becoming windows to the intricate clockwork of his mind. The locket was the first thread, and Emmett had already begun to pull. They had arrived at Blackwood Moor under a shroud of fog so thick it felt like a physical presence, a damp, gray wool pressed against the face. The train from the city was a distant memory, a noisy, metallic dream. Here there was only the silence of the moors, broken by the occasional mournful cry of a bird they never saw. The carriage that met them was black and closed, a hearse for the living, and the driver, a gnarled man with eyes like chips of flint, had spoken only once. "The Fenrir walks again," he muttered, not to them, but to the fog. "It has come for the last of the Blackwoods." Blackwood House stood on a rise, a gothic silhouette of crumbling stone and jagged peaks against the perpetual gray. It was less a house and more a geological feature, something that had grown from the bleak earth, its windows like sightless eyes. Caleb Blackwood, the last heir, had greeted them in the great hall, a boy of no more than 25, drowning in a heavy woolen sweater. His handshake was damp, his eyes darting towards the high, dark windows as if expecting to see something pressed against the glass. "It's the Fenrir," Caleb had said, his voice a reedy tremor. "The demon hound of the moors. My great-grandfather shot it, they say, skinned it and hung the pelt in the trophy room as a warning, but its ghost never left. Now it's back, it has been circling the house. I've heard it, I've seen its eyes in the mist." Emmett had said nothing, only listened, his gaze taking in the room, the boy, the pervasive smell of damp stone and wood rot. Eric had written it all down in his notebook, the pencil scratching a feeble counterpoint to the boy's fear. That was 3 days ago. Since then the fog had not lifted. It pooled in the hollows of the land, it licked at the windows, it muffled the world into a suffocating hush. The locket was the first solid thing. Emmett had found it while examining the library, a room Caleb claimed he never used. It was tucked behind a volume on heraldry, as if deliberately hidden, yet left behind. Dr. Douglas arrived each evening, a portly man with a kind, tired face and hands that were always impeccably clean. He would check Caleb's temperature, his pulse, and prescribe a sedative. "The mind can conjure phantoms in this isolation, Mr. Emmett," he said, his tone avuncular, reasonable. "Especially a mind burdened by the weight of a family curse. The Fenrir is a story, a useful one for explaining the unexplainable tragedies of this place. Caleb's father fell from the West Tower. His uncle was lost in a bog. The mind, under strain, gives form to its fears." Emmett had nodded, polite, non-committal, but Eric saw the slight tightening around his eyes. He disdained the easy explanation, the dismissal of fact in favor of psychology. A story could not leave footprints. The footprints appeared on the second night, a trail of deep, monstrous impressions in the soft earth beneath the library window. They were unlike any dog Eric had ever seen, large as dinner plates, with four long, savage claws digging deep into the peat. The fog had preserved them with a cruel clarity. The local constable, a man named Higgins with a face like a startled sheep, had gaped at them and crossed himself. The Fenrir, he whispered, and nothing more. Emmett had knelt, ignoring the agitated murmurs of the small group of servants gathered behind him. He produced a small ruler from his coat pocket and measured the stride. He sketched the precise shape of the pad and the claws in his own notebook. He did not speak of ghosts. He noted the clean, sharp edges of the prints, the lack of any blurring from wind or rain, the way they began and ended abruptly 20 yards from the house, as if the creature had simply materialized from the mist. Later, in the small sitting room they had commandeered as an office, Emmett laid the sketch next to the silver locket on the table. "A creature of supernatural legend," he said, his voice low and even, "leaves supernatural evidence. This is not that. This is a performance." Eric poured 2 glasses of whiskey, the amber liquid a splash of warmth in the cold room. A performance for whom? For Caleb, to break him. Fear is a solvent. It dissolves reason, erodes will. Emmett picked up the locket again. And this was part of the stage dressing, left behind by a careless stagehand. He opened it then. Inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded photograph of a beautiful, dark-haired woman with a defiant smile. On the other, a lock of fine, blonde hair, too light to be the woman's, tied with a single piece of red thread. The investigation was a slow, meticulous process of separating the threads of the real from the tapestry of the legend. Emmett moved through the manor and the surrounding village with a quiet, relentless energy. He interviewed the dour housekeeper, Mrs. Gable, who spoke of the family's tragic history in a voice like grinding stones. He walked the moors with Eric, the wet heather soaking their trousers to the knee, the fog a blindfold. They found nothing. The moors were a vast, trackless sea, and the village of Grimsby, a clutch of stone cottages huddled in a valley, was a closed fist. The inhabitants watched them with flat, suspicious eyes, their conversations laced with the name Fenrir. It was a prayer and a curse. The locked door was the West Tower, the place where Caleb's father had died. Caleb had forbidden it, his face pale with a terror that seemed to suck the air from the room. "That room is sealed, by my order. Nothing good lies behind that door." But Emmett was a man for whom a locked door was an invitation. He found the key, a heavy iron thing, not among the household keys, but in Dr. Douglas's medical bag, tucked beside a stethoscope when the doctor visited one afternoon. Douglas had flushed, a mottled red creeping up his neck. "A precaution," he stammered. Caleb was agitated. He might have been tempted to revisit the scene. Emmett had merely handed the key back, his expression unreadable. But the pattern was shifting. The restless motif of the locked door now had a keeper. The next recurrence was the sound. On the third night, a howl tore through the fog, a sound that was less animal and more a shard of broken glass dragged across the soul. It was a cry of pure, undiluted malice. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the stone walls of the manor and the hidden hills. Caleb had screamed, a high, helpless sound, and locked himself in his bedroom. The servants huddled in the kitchen, praying. Emmett and Eric had stood on the gravel drive, listening as the sound faded into the oppressive silence. Eric felt a primitive fear, cold and slick, coiling in his gut. The fog was a living thing, and the howl was its voice. Emmett turned his face to the wind, his eyes closed. "It's wrong," he murmured. "What is?" The tone, the resonance. A canine's howl is a long, mournful note. This was staccato, manufactured. He led Eric not towards the moors, but back into the house to the trophy room. The air was thick with the smell of old dust and preservatives. Glassy-eyed stags and foxes stared from the walls, and in the center on a great wooden shield was the pelt of the Fenrir. It was immense, the fur a coarse, smoky black, the head a nightmare sculpture of yellowed fangs and empty sockets. It was a pelt, not a ghost, a dead thing. Emmett ran a hand over the fur, his fingers probing. He traced the line of the great, slavering jaw. He found it near the ear, a place where the hide was not leather but wood, a cleverly disguised seam, a speaker. The howl was not a ghost. It was a record, a trick of acoustics and amplification, played through the mouth of a dead monster. The final piece was the locket. Emmett had Eric make discreet inquiries in the village. The woman in the photograph was Lillian Reed, a governess who had been employed by the previous Lord Blackwood, Caleb's father. She had left the moor abruptly over a year ago after the old man's death. No one knew where she had gone. The blonde hair, however, was a mystery. It was the local publican, a man with a cynical eye and a thirst for gossip, who provided the last clue. "I, Lillian Reed," he said, wiping a glass. "Pretty thing, too pretty for that gloomy house." There was talk, of course, about her and the old lord, and about Dr. Douglas, too. He was always callin' round to see her, more than was proper for a doctor, if you ask me. He was right cut up when she left. Dr. Douglas, the keeper of the tower key, the man with the impeccably clean hands. The confrontation did not happen in a dramatic drawing room with a thunderstorm raging outside. It happened in the sterile white of the doctor's surgery in the village, the smell of antiseptic sharp in the air. Emmett laid the locket on the examination table between them. "You loved her," Emmett said. "It wasn't a question." Douglas's face, usually so placid, crumpled. The kindness drained away, leaving something raw and desperate. "Lillian," he whispered, his eyes fixed on the locket. "She was carrying the old lord's child, the blonde hair. That was the proof you kept. She told you and you saw your chance, not just for revenge, but for a new heir. A Blackwood you could control, a child who would inherit everything with you as its guardian." Douglas said nothing, his silence a confirmation. "The old lord's death wasn't a suicide, was it? You helped him from that tower. And then Lillian, she had a crisis of conscience. She was going to tell someone, so she had to disappear, too. The Moors are very good at making people disappear." "It was an accident," Douglas choked out. "A struggle, she fell. And then there was only Caleb left. The last obstacle. You couldn't just kill him. It would be too obvious, so you used the family's oldest ghost. The footprints carved from a block of wood attached to a pole to create that impossibly long, unnatural stride. The recorded howl played through the speaker you had hidden in the trophy. You, the trusted doctor, feeding his fears, isolating him, pushing him towards madness or his own haunted death. You even left the locket, a memento of his father's sin, to torment him further. But you were careless. You dropped it." Douglas looked up, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. "It was justice. The Blackwoods have bled this land for centuries. They are a cursed line. I was just expediting the process. The Fenrir was just a story. I simply gave it teeth." Eric stood by the door, his hand resting on the cool wood, listening to the quiet, terrible confession. There was no dramatic struggle. Emmett simply nodded to the constable, Higgins, who stepped from the back room, his face ashen. The legend had been unmasked, and the monster was just a man in a white coat. A week later, the fog over Blackwood Moor finally began to lift. Patches of weak, silver sunlight broke through, touching the heather with a soft, golden light. Caleb Blackwood stood on the steps of the manor, looking out at the suddenly visible world. The trembling was gone from his hands. The fear had receded from his eyes, leaving a hollowed-out calm. Emmett and Eric left as they had arrived, by carriage, though the world now had shape and color. They did not speak of demons or doctors. They watched the landscape roll by, the grim manor shrinking into the distance. Life, as it always does, sought to fill the silence. The servants at Blackwood Manor aired out the rooms, the smell of beeswax and fresh linen slowly overpowering the scent of damp and dread. In the village of Grimsby, the story was told and retold, the figure of Dr. Douglas slowly transforming from a trusted healer into a cautionary tale of greed and madness. The name Fenrir was still spoken, but now it was a story for children. a shadow to be chased away by the hearth fire. Caleb, freed from the prison of his fear, began the long, slow work of living. He walked the moors in the daylight, learning their true, harsh beauty. He opened the ledger books and tried to understand the estate that was now truly his. One afternoon he found himself in the trophy room. He stood before the pelt of the Fenrir. He reached out, not with terror, but with a strange, distant pity, and touched the coarse, black fur. His fingers found the seam near the ear, the clever, hidden join. He did not rip it down. He left it hanging there, a relic of a different kind of history, a testament to the monsters men make when they choose to wear a skin that is not their own. The moor settled back into its ancient rhythms. The sun rose and set, the heather bloomed and died, and in the great, silent house and in the small stone village and across the vast, empty landscape, it was as if the crime, the mystery, the creeping terror had never occurred at all. The fog was just fog, the silence was just silence, and the only thing that walked the moors at night was the wind. The train back to the city was a world of noise and soot and jostling humanity, a jarring return to a reality that now felt thin and artificial. Eric watched the grimy buildings slide past the window, the familiar streets feeling like a stage set. He took a long pull from his flask, the whiskey failing to burn away the memory of the more oppressive quiet. Emmett sat opposite him, his posture as precise as ever, his gaze turned inward. He had not spoken of the case since they left the doctor's surgery. He had simply closed his notebook, packed his bag, and been ready to depart. Now he reached into his coat pocket and withdrew the silver locket. He had not left it with the constable. It was, he had reason, not evidence of the crime, but a key to it. Its purpose was served. He held it in his palm, the moonstone catching the weak light from the window. He did not open it. He seemed to be weighing it, not for its physical mass, but for the gravity of the story it contained. A story of a woman named Lillian, of a lock of hair, of a love twisted into a weapon. "Do you think he loved her?" Eric asked, his voice a low rumble against the clatter of the wheels. "Douglas, or was it all just part of the plan?" Emmett's eyes remained on the locket. The most convincing lies are always rooted in truth. I believe he loved the idea of her. She was the key to the Blackwood fortune, the mother of the heir he intended to create. That kind of possession can feel very much like love to a certain kind of mind. He finally looked up, his wintry gaze meeting Eric as he kept the hair, not her picture. The hair of the child, that was the real object of his obsession. The future. Eric nodded, understanding. The locket was a shrine to a future that never was. He watched as Emmett turned and slid the window open. The rush of wind and noise filled the compartment. Without ceremony, Emmett extended his hand and let the locket fall. It vanished into the blur of gravel and weeds beside the tracks, a tiny, silver secret swallowed by the indifferent world. "It's done," Emmett said, closing the window and returning the silence to the compartment. But Eric knew it was never truly done. The facts were solved, the criminal was in custody, yet the echoes remained. He could still feel the damp chill of the fog on his skin, still hear the manufactured howl that, despite knowing its origin, had stirred something primal in his blood. Some cases were like surgeries, clean and precise. Others were like excavations, leaving behind a hole that slowly filled with the cold water of memory. Weeks later, a letter arrived at their London office. It was from Caleb Blackwood. His handwriting was firm, confident. He wrote of repairs to the manor, of new tenants for the farms, of a quiet, determined effort to be a different kind of Blackwood. He had found, he said, a small, leather-bound diary in a hidden compartment of his father's old desk. It was not his father's, it was Lillian Reed's. He had not read it all, he confessed. The first few pages were enough. They spoke of her loneliness, her fear of the house, and her growing affection for the young, visiting doctor, Alastair Douglas. She had found him kind and clever, and he had listened to her. He had been the only one who did. Caleb had burned the diary. He saw no purpose in preserving those particular ghosts. He ended the letter with a simple statement. "The moor is quiet now, truly quiet. I walked to the standing stones yesterday and heard only the skylarks. I am enclosing a check for your services, and my gratitude, which is worth considerably more." Eric filed the letter away. He did not need to ask Emmett what he thought of Caleb's decision to burn the diary. He already knew. Some threads once pulled lead only to more tangled knots. Some doors once opened reveal rooms that are better left empty. The case of the Fenrir was closed. The last of its secrets had turned to ash on the hearth of Blackwood House, and the wind at last had something else to talk about. The check was substantial, as Caleb had promised. Eric deposited it with a sense of finality, but the money felt like blood money, the kind that left a faint, coppery stain on the hands. He found himself looking at people differently in the days that followed, searching for the seams in their personalities, the cleverly hidden speakers through which they projected their own manufactured howls. London, with its teeming millions, was a gallery of potential monsters, each one wearing a human skin. Emmett, by contrast, seemed to shed the case with an unnerving ease. He took on a new matter, the theft of a minor diplomatic cipher from a Mayfair townhouse, and immersed himself in its clean, logical puzzles. He did not mention Blackwood Moor again. It was as if the entire episode had been a particularly challenging equation, solved and then erased from the slate. But Eric was the one who dreamed. He dreamed of fog so thick it had a taste, of a howl that was a physical pressure against his ears, and of a beautiful, dark-haired woman standing at the edge of a bog, her mouth open in a silent plea. He would wake with a start, the London rain tapping at his window, and feel a profound dislocation, as if he had left some vital part of himself behind in that desolate landscape. It was a month after Caleb's letter that a small, brown-wrapped package arrived. It was addressed to Eric in a neat, unfamiliar hand. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a book. It was old, its leather cover cracked and dry, and it bore no title. Puzzled, Eric opened it. The pages were filled with dense, precise handwriting and intricate anatomical drawings. It was Dr. Douglas's private journal. A single, folded note fell from its pages. It was from the publican, the cynical man from the village. Found this tucked away in the back of the surgery after they took him away. It read, "Thought you might find it of interest. No one here wants it. We'd rather forget." Eric spent the evening reading, a heavy dread settling in his stomach. The journal was not a confession of murder. It was something far more chilling. It was a blueprint. The early pages detailed Douglas's genuine, almost worshipful love for Lillian Reed. Then came the bitter, jealous entries about the old Lord Blackwood, and then a shift. The writing became colder, more analytical. It detailed his research into auditory hallucinations, his experiments with resonance and recorded sound. There were sketches of the wooden stamp used to create the footprints, notes on the psychological impact of isolation and the power of suggestion. He had not simply committed a crime of passion. He had conducted a long, cruel experiment. Caleb Blackwood had been his subject and the manor his laboratory. The final entry, dated the day before their arrival, read, "The parameters are set. The subject's psychological decline is accelerating as projected." The final stimulus, the visual confirmation, is prepared. It is a fascinating process, this systematic unmaking of a mind. Eric closed the book, his hands trembling not with fear, but with a cold, purifying rage. He looked across the office at Emmett, who was calmly studying a map of the London sewers for his current case. "Emmett," Eric said, his voice rough. Emmett looked up, his gaze immediately sharpening at the tone. His eyes fell to the journal in Eric's hands. He did not ask what it was, he seemed to know. "It was all a lie," Eric said. "The love, the jealousy, the righteous vengeance, it was just methodology. He was studying him." Emmett was silent for a long moment. He set down his pencil. "I know." The two words hung in the air between them. "You knew," Eric's voice was a whisper. "I suspected," the clinical precision of it all, the lack of any genuine, messy emotion in the execution. The locket was a prop. The confession was a performance he had likely rehearsed. He was a scientist to the last, documenting his own downfall. Emmett's expression was grim. "But the world is not ready for that kind of monster, Eric. A jealous lover, a greedy man, these are stories people can understand. They provide a shape to the evil." A man who destroys another for nothing more than clinical curiosity that is a formless fog the human mind cannot bear. Caleb needed a story he could live with, so does the world. Eric stared at the journal, this testament to a darkness so profound it made the legend of the Fenrir seem almost comforting. He understood now why Emmett had thrown the locket away. It was not just to be done with it. It was to preserve the simpler, cleaner narrative. Without a word, Eric stood and walked to the fireplace. He knelt, struck a match, and touched it to the corner of the journal. The dry, old paper caught quickly, the flames licking hungrily at Dr. Alastair Douglas' life's work, consuming the diagrams, the notes, the cold, clinical observations. The fire roared for a moment, painting the room in a warm, orange light, and then it subsided, leaving behind only a pile of fragile, black ash. Eric rose, brushing the soot from his hands. He looked at Emmett and gave a single, slow nod. Some doors, once opened, revealed an abyss, and the only sane thing to do was to close them, lock them, and pretend they had never been there at all. The case was closed. Truly, this time it was closed. The silence that followed was different from the one in the moor. It was a shared, deliberate quiet, a pact sealed in the scent of burning paper. Emmett returned to his map of the sewers, his focus absolute, but Eric noticed the slight tightening around his eyes, a minute tell that he, too, had been touched by the cold truth of the journal. Life in London resumed its frantic pace. The cipher case was solved with typical Emmett efficiency, and a new one concerning a forged will took its place. Eric threw himself into the work, the straightforward greed of their clients a welcome antidote to the philosophical poison of Alastair Douglas. He took to walking the city at night, through the gaslit fog that was so different from the peat-laden mists of the moor. This fog hid pickpockets and lovers, not manufactured monsters. It was a comfort. One evening, as a late autumn rain slicked the cobblestones, a final communication arrived from the north. It was not a letter, but a small, flat crate. Inside, carefully packed in straw, was the pelt of the Fenrir. A brief note from Caleb was tucked inside. "It belongs with the man who slew it," Caleb had written. "I have no use for it here. The house is learning to be a home. Consider it a trophy of your own." Eric stared at the coarse black fur, the empty eye sockets, the cleverly hidden seam. He thought of Douglas's journal turning to ash in their fireplace. This, then, was the only remaining artifact, not a testament to a real beast, but to the beast within a man, a different kind of relic altogether. He did not hang it on the wall. He could not bear the thought of it looming over them, a reminder of the abyss they had peered into. Instead, he carried it down to the cellar of their building, a dusty, forgotten space filled with old ledgers and broken furniture. He laid the pelt in an old sea chest, closed the lid, and turned the key. He left it there in the dark, a thing properly buried. When he returned upstairs, Emmett was waiting, 2 glasses of brandy poured. He did not ask about the crate. He simply handed a glass to Eric. "The silence," Emmett said, his voice quiet. Eric clinked his glass against his partner's. "To the real work," he replied. They drank, and the rain beat a steady, soothing rhythm against the window pane. The world was full of enough real monsters without dwelling on the theoretical ones. There were cases to be solved, lies to be untangled, and a city that never slept, demanding their particular form of order. The moor was behind them, its secrets finally truly at rest. The brandy was a welcome warmth, a small defense against the chill that had settled in his bones. Eric finished his glass and set it down with a decisive click. The case was a ghost, and he would not let it haunt him. He walked to the window, looking out at the rain-drenched street where a hansom cab clattered past, its lanterns casting wavering pools of light on the wet stones. This was his world, a world of tangible problems and human-scale deceptions. The next morning the sun broke through the clouds, a pale and watery London sun, but light nonetheless. The forged will case demanded their attention, a sordid but straightforward tale of a nephew's desperation. They spent the day in a solicitor's office, surrounded by the dry scent of parchment and ink. Emmett dissected the timeline of the will's creation with surgical precision. while Eric leaned on his intimidating presence to encourage a clerk's suddenly faulty memory. By evening, the nephew had confessed, weeping in a stuffy office chair. It was satisfying work. The motives were clear, the consequences finite. As they walked back to their own offices through the bustling evening crowd, Eric felt the last of the Moore-esque grip loosen. The city, with its noise and its smells and its teeming, uncomplicated life, was a balm. A few days later, a familiar figure darkened their doorway. It was Constable Higgins, his face red from travel and his best suit looking uncomfortably tight. He held his helmet in his hands, turning it round and round. "Mr. Emmett, Mr. Thorne," he said, nodding to each of them. "I was in the city on force business. I felt I owed you a visit." Eric offered him a chair and a whiskey, which he accepted gratefully. "It is all settled then," Higgins said after a long swallow. "Dr. Douglas, he won't be troubling anyone again." The judge was not lenient. He fell silent, studying the amber liquid in his glass. "The village is quieter, in a good way. The real way. Young Mr. Blackwood, he is different. He has started coming down to the pub on a Friday. Just sits and has a pint. Listens. It is good." He looked up at them, his honest face earnest. "I just wanted to thank you. We were all caught in it, you see. The story, the fear. We believed it because we wanted to believe it. It was easier than the truth." He finished his whiskey and stood, placing the glass carefully on the desk. "You gave us back the quiet." After he left, Eric and Emmett worked in companionable silence for the rest of the afternoon. The light faded, and Eric lit the lamps, the soft glow pushing back the encroaching dusk. There were no more letters, no more packages. The flow of information from the north had ceased, the wound finally healed over. Eric opened a new case file, the details of a missing person, a society girl who had likely run off with a musician. He dipped his pen in the inkwell and began to write, the scratch of the nib a familiar and comforting sound. He did not think of monsters or mad doctors. He thought of a lost girl and the mundane human tragedy of a broken heart. It was enough. It was the real work, and for now, that was all that mattered. The missing society girl, a Miss Eleanor Vance, proved to be exactly where Eric suspected. They found her 3 days later in a cramped flat above a music hall in Soho, not with a dashing violinist, but with a penniless poet who recited Shelley to her over cheap wine. Her father, a stern-faced industrialist, was furious at the scandal, but her mother, who met their eyes with a quiet, knowing sadness, was simply relieved her daughter was alive. It was a messy, human conclusion, devoid of grand evil or clinical manipulation. Eric found it strangely refreshing. Weeks turned into months. The sharp edges of the Blackwood case softened, blurred by the relentless procession of new clients and their petty, profound, and always human troubles. The memory of the Moor became like a book he had read long ago, its details fading, leaving behind only a general impression of damp and dread. It was on a crisp, clear day in early spring, while Eric was reviewing accounts, that he found the key. It was a small, tarnished brass key, stuck at the bottom of a drawer, and he knew immediately what it unlocked, the sea chest in the cellar. He had not thought of it since the day he had consigned the Fenrir pelt to its darkness. A strange compulsion took hold of him. He descended the narrow stairs into the cool, earthy silence of the cellar. The chest was where he had left it, a layer of dust confirming its long neglect. He fitted the key into the lock, the mechanism turning with a rusty groan. He lifted the lid. The pelt was there, the coarse black fur matted and dull in the weak light from the stairwell. It smelled of dust and decay, the faint, bestial scent he remembered now entirely gone. It was just a thing, a costume, a prop from a forgotten play. There was no power in it anymore, no echo of a howl. Its monster was gone, its creator was in prison, and its purpose was spent. He did not close the lid. He left it open, a deliberate act. Then he turned and walked back up the stairs, leaving the past to the dust and the quiet. He did not mention it to Emmett. Some resolutions were private, a final, silent nod to a closed chapter. The city awaited, full of its own noise and its own secrets, and that was more than enough. The poet, as it turned out, was a decent enough fellow, if hopelessly impractical. He agreed to write a letter to Miss Vance's father, full of earnest, if florid, promises to seek respectable employment. It was a compromise, one of the many messy, imperfect solutions that constituted their work. Eric filed the report, his mind already turning to the next matter, a series of suspicious warehouse fires in the docklands. He found his thoughts drifting less and less to the key in the drawer or the open chest in the cellar. They were artifacts of a concluded investigation, no more significant than a spent match. The true residue of the Blackwood case was not in a physical object, but in the subtle shift in his partnership with Emmett. A deeper understanding now lay between them, a shared knowledge of the kinds of shadows they were willing to acknowledge and the ones they were better off ignoring. Their conversations were sometimes shorter, their silences more profound, but the trust was stronger for it. One afternoon, a client mentioned in passing a trip to the Yorkshire Dales. Eric felt a brief, internal flinch, a ghost of a reaction, but it passed as quickly as it came. He offered a polite comment on the beauty of the landscape and smoothly steered the conversation back to the matter of the client's allegedly haunted silverware. The moor had lost its power to summon him back. That evening he walked home through a soft drizzle, the gaslights haloed in the mist. He passed a newsstand, the bold headlines shouting about political scandals and sporting triumphs. The world was loud and bright and moving forward, and he was a part of its momentum. He unlocked the door to his rooms, the familiar space a welcome sanctuary from the damp. He hung his coat and lit a lamp, the warm light pushing the darkness to the edges of the room. There were no specters here, only the comfortable clutter of his life. He sat in his chair, picked up a book, and began to read. The story was a simple one, a tale of adventure on the high seas, and he lost himself in it completely. The case was closed. The following morning, a brisk wind had scoured the sky a pale, clean blue. The warehouse fires in the docklands proved to be the work of a rival shipping magnate, a case of brutal, straightforward greed that was almost a relief to untangle. As Eric transcribed his notes, his pen moved swiftly, without hesitation. The words came easily, describing arson and insurance fraud, not psychological unmaking. He felt settled in a way he had not for months, the last lingering disquiet from the north having finally dissipated like the morning fog outside his window. Emmett entered, placing a fresh cup of tea on the desk. He glanced at Eric's work, his sharp eyes scanning the page. The Alderman case is resolved. The client is satisfied. It was a statement, not a question. He saw the clean lines of the conclusion in Eric's posture. "Yes," Eric said, capping his pen. "It is finished." Emmett gave a curt nod. "Good. There is a new inquiry. A potential client will be here at 11. A matter of some delicate family papers that have gone missing." He returned to his own desk, the subject of Blackwood Moor as distant and irrelevant as the geography of the moon. When the client arrived, a nervous, elderly gentleman wringing his hands over his grandmother's letters, Eric listened with genuine focus. He asked pertinent questions, his mind fully engaged in this new human puzzle. He felt no pull toward the cellar, no flicker of the old dreams. The sea chest could remain open, the pelt could slowly return to dust. It held no meaning for him anymore. His world had righted itself, its axis firmly grounded in the tangible, flawed, and endlessly fascinating streets of London. He was once again exactly where he belonged. The elderly gentleman, a Mr. Abernathy, spoke in a hushed, trembling voice about his grandmother's correspondence with a minor European prince, letters he feared would cause a scandal if they fell into the wrong hands. Eric took meticulous notes, his mind constructing a web of possible suspects from the household staff to rival relatives. It was a classic, almost comforting sort of case, built on human vanity and family secrets. After Mr. Abernathy departed, clutching his hat in his anxieties, Eric looked across the room at Emmett. A butler with a gambling debt or a nephew with political ambitions, he said. It's one or the other. Most likely, Emmett agreed, not looking up from his own papers. Begin with the nephew. ambition is a more reliable motive than desperation. Eric smiled faintly. This was the rhythm of their work, the parsing of predictable human failings. He found a strange solace in its simplicity. He stood and stretched, his gaze drifting to the window and the bustling street below. A flower seller was arranging her blooms, a vibrant splash of color against the gray stone. For a moment, the image of the bleak, flowerless moor surfaced in his mind, but it was a detached memory, devoid of its former emotional weight. It was simply a place he had once been, a problem he had once solved. He turned back to the room, to his desk, to the waiting puzzle of the missing letters. He picked up his pen, the weight of it familiar and solid in his hand. The past was a closed book, its final page turned to ash. The present was here in this room, in this city, in the work, and it was enough. He began drafting a list of questions for the nephew, a man named Alistair, which brought an unwelcome echo he quickly dismissed. The name was common enough. The work continued. The following days were spent in the quiet, carpeted libraries and sunlit drawing rooms of the upper class, a world away from the peat bogs and howling winds. The letters were recovered from a hollowed-out book in the nephew's study, exactly where Eric had predicted. The motive was, as Emmett had said, ambition. The nephew had hoped to leverage the scandalous letters for a political appointment. It was sordid, but it made sense. The resolution brought a sense of closure that was both professional and personal. That night, Eric slept deeply and without dreams for the first time in what felt like a year. The city's sounds, which he usually filtered out, became a lullaby, the distant clop of a late carriage, the murmur of voices from the street, the steady tick of the clock in his room. They were the sounds of a world that, for all its flaws, operated on a scale he could comprehend and navigate. A week later, he received a letter. The handwriting was unfamiliar, the postmark from a small village in Cornwall. For a heart-stopping moment, he feared a new ripple from the old case. But the letter was from the sister of the missing society girl, Eleanor Vance. She wrote to thank him for his kindness and discretion, and to inform him that Eleanor and her poet had married in a small, quiet ceremony. She enclosed a pressed flower from the bouquet. It was a simple, human gesture, a tiny, tangible piece of a life set right. He did not file it as evidence. He placed it between the pages of the book he was reading, a marker of a different kind of ending. Then he opened the next case file and began to read. The new case was a tangle of shipping manifests and customs declarations, a dry but intricate puzzle that appealed to the part of him that craved order. He worked late, the single lamp on his desk casting a warm pool of light. The pressed flower, a delicate purple heather, remained in his book, a quiet counterpoint to the cold logistics of international trade. He found he liked the juxtaposition. It felt true. Months blended into a year, then two. The firm of Emmett and Thorne gained a reputation for discretion and results, their clientele shifting gradually from the merely wealthy to the quietly powerful. They moved to a larger office with a view of the Thames, the constant flow of ships a reminder of the world's endless complexities. The sea chest, had he ever bothered to check, would have been buried under newer, more relevant storage. The past was not forgotten, but it was properly shelved. One evening, as a winter gale rattled the windows, Emmett spoke without looking up from his ledger. "We were asked today about a matter in Scotland, a disputed estate. They mentioned a local legend, a creature in the glen." Eric's pen stilled for only a second. He finished the figure he was writing, the ink dark and sure. "Are the land titles in order?" he asked, his voice even. "They are not," Emmett replied. "Then that is the creature we hunt," Eric said. Emmett gave a soft, almost imperceptible sound of agreement. The storm outside roared, but in the office there was only the sound of the fire in the grate and the scratch of two pens, moving forward, always forward into the waiting dark. The Scottish case was a model of efficiency. The creature in the glen was a story spun by a bitter cousin to devalue the property, a fiction easily unraveled by a week of methodical interviews and a review of the estate's muddy ledgers. They returned to London with the satisfaction of a job well done, the cold mountain air a fleeting memory. Eric found he could now hear such stories without a single unwanted image flashing behind his eyes. He had built an immunity. Life in its relentless way continued. He took a flat with a view of the park. He developed a fondness for a particular blend of coffee. He even, to his own mild surprise, began attending the opera, not for the music, which he found overly dramatic, but for the spectacle of it all, the sheer, uncomplicated humanity on display. It was during the intermission of a particularly lavish production that he saw her. A woman standing alone near a marble pillar, her gaze thoughtful as she observed the crowd. She was not like the society ladies who were their usual clients. There was a stillness to her, a self-possession that was both intriguing and unsettling. Their eyes met for a moment across the bustling foyer, and in that instant Eric felt a jolt, not of fear, but of recognition. It was the feeling of seeing a new, complex case file land on his desk, when he could not yet read the shape of. He looked away first, turning back to the glittering crowd, but the imprint of her calm, assessing gaze remained. The work was never truly over. It just changed its face. He finished his drink and went back inside, the music swelling as the curtain rose. The next act was beginning. He did not seek her out after the performance. It was not his way. But the image of the woman, her quiet composure, a stark contrast to the gilded chaos around her, lingered as he walked home. It was a different kind of puzzle, one that held no urgency, and he was content to let it lie. The following week, the puzzle presented itself without fanfare. She walked into their office, her posture erect and her clothes simple but impeccably made. She gave her name as Mrs. Albright and stated her business without preamble. She believed she was being followed, not for any romantic or dramatic reason, she assured them, but in a methodical, professional capacity. She was a translator of rare texts, currently working on a sensitive project for the British Museum, and she suspected a foreign agent was interested in her work. Emmett took the lead with his usual brusque efficiency, but Eric found himself listening more to the spaces between her words than the words themselves. Her fear was real, but it was a cold, calculated fear, the kind that sharpens the mind rather than clouds it. He admired that. For days they took turns shadowing her, a reversal of the usual roles. Eric found the work oddly stimulating. Tracking a single intelligent person through the labyrinth of London required a different kind of focus than sifting through paperwork. He learned her routines, the early morning visit to the reading room, the lunch at a specific cafe, the long walks through Bloomsbury. He also saw the man, a nondescript fellow with a limp who was far too good at blending in to be a casual observer. He reported his findings to Emmett. "It's not a delusion, the man is a professional." Emmett nodded, his expression grim. "The museum is being predictably opaque. This is more than a translation job." They arranged a meeting with Mrs. Albright to discuss their strategy. As they sat in the office, the late afternoon sun slanting across the desk, she listened to their assessment without surprise. "I had hoped I was wrong," she said, her voice calm. Her eyes met Eric's, and again he felt that jolt of recognition, a meeting of two minds accustomed to observing from the shadows. "We can protect you," Eric heard himself say, "but we need to know what we're protecting you from." She held his gaze for a long moment, then gave a slight, decisive nod. "Then I suppose," she said, "I will have to trust you." The words hung in the air, a new contract being formed, one that felt infinitely more personal and perilous than any that had come before. The quiet was over. A new story was beginning. She opened a leather portfolio that was not for show. The documents inside were copies, she explained, of a fragmented codex believed to outline the trade routes of a lost civilization, but with annotations that suggested something else entirely, a kind of philosophical cartography. "It's not the history thereafter," she said, her finger tracing a line of symbols that meant nothing to Eric. "It's the methodology, a way of thinking about space and possession that is unconventional." Emmett leaned forward, his interest now fully, dangerously engaged. "And who, specifically, wishes to possess this methodology?" "A consortium based in Vienna. They have agents everywhere." She did not flinch as she said it. "They believe this knowledge can be used to map, other things, psychological territories, the architecture of belief. The phrase landed in the quiet room with the weight of a stone. Eric felt the ghost of a cold more wind on his neck, but he did not shudder. He looked at Mrs. Albright, at the fierce intelligence in her eyes, and saw not a victim, but a fellow traveler in a world of dangerous ideas. This was not a specter from his past. It was a new, tangible threat, one that wore a human face and spoke of maps that could chart the human soul. "Our protection will require full disclosure," Emmett stated, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. "Every meeting, every document, you will follow our instructions without question." "I understand," she replied. Her gaze shifted from Emmett to Eric as if seeking confirmation. He gave a single, slow nod. The trust she offered was a fragile thing, but it was real. He could see the calculation behind it, the assessment of risk versus reward. She was betting on them. The man with the limp was found dead 3 days later, floating in the Thames. It was not their work, it was a message. The game was far more complex and the players far more ruthless than they had anticipated. As Eric stood on the rain-slicked embankment watching the police work, he felt a familiar clarity settle over him. The world was not just petty jealousies and stolen letters. It was also this cold professional elimination over a forgotten language and a dangerous idea. He turned up his collar against the damp. Mrs. Albright was waiting in a safe house, a text spread before her, her pen poised. There was work to do. The safe house was a small, anonymous flat above a chandler's shop, the air thick with the smell of salt and tar. Mrs. Albright, whose first name was Clara, did not look up when Eric entered. She was bent over a large folio, her pen moving in quick, precise strokes as she transcribed. A revolver lay on the table next to her inkwell, its presence as matter-of-fact as a paperweight. "They've raised the stakes," Eric said, shrugging off his wet coat. She finally glanced up, her eyes clear and untroubled by the news. "I expected they would. It was only a matter of time. Did he have any identification?" "None, a professional through and through." Eric sat opposite her, his gaze falling to the intricate symbols on the page. They seemed to swim before his eyes, refusing to resolve into any pattern he could understand. "What are you finding?" "A pattern of obsession," she said, tapping a recurring cluster of marks. "The original text is a trade ledger, mundane and practical, but these annotations, they're a gloss, a philosophical argument woven through the accounts of spice and silk. They speak of roots not just across land, but into the human mind. It's about influence, about creating paths of least resistance for ideas to travel." She looked at him, and for the first time he saw a flicker of something other than academic detachment in her expression. It was a deep, intellectual fear. "This isn't just history, Mr. Thorne, it's a manual." Emmett arrived an hour later, his usual grimness deepened into a scowl. He had been at the morgue. The man was poisoned, something slow-acting, undetectable until it wasn't, a warning and a demonstration of their reach. He poured himself a measure of whiskey from a decanter on the sideboard, a concession to the gravity of the situation. "The museum has officially denied all knowledge of her project. We are on our own." "Then we must draw them out," Clara said, closing the folio with a definitive thud. "They want the text. We must make them think they can have it." Eric felt a familiar adrenaline begin to course through him, the same focused intensity he had felt on the moor, but now channeled and controlled. This was a trap he knew how to set, a public meeting, an exchange. We can control the location, the timing. "And the risk," Emmett added, his eyes narrowing as he calculated the variables. "It is the only way to identify the principles. Otherwise, we are swatting at flies." The plan was formed with a brutal economy of words. They would use a decoy, a carefully crafted copy of a key fragment, and arrange a sale in the one place in London that was both public and private, crowded and full of hidden sightlines, the Egyptian Hall. For the next 2 days they worked in a state of suspended animation, preparing for the exchange. Eric found himself watching Clara, not as a client to be protected, but as a partner in the endeavor. Her mind was a remarkable instrument, cool under pressure, and her courage was a quiet, steady flame. On the night of the meeting, the hall was crowded with a fashionable set viewing a new exhibition of Assyrian reliefs. Eric stood near a colossal stone bull, his hand resting near the pistol in his pocket. Emmett was a shadow among the pillars. Clara stood in the center of the room, a small portfolio case at her feet, looking for all the world like a patient tourist. He saw the man approach before Clara did. He was tall, impeccably dressed, with a diplomat's calm smile. He did not look like a killer. He spoke to Clara, his voice too low to hear over the murmur of the crowd. Eric began to move, a slow, casual drift through the clusters of people. He saw Clara shake her head, then gesture to the case. The man's smile never wavered as he bent to pick it up. At that moment, Emmett gave the signal. The hall-esque gaslights flickered and died, plunging the room into a profound darkness punctuated by startled cries. It was the work of a moment. Eric reached Clara's side, his hand on her arm. He heard a scuffle, a sharp intake of breath, and then the lights flared back to life. The man was gone. The portfolio case was gone with him, but Emmett was also gone. The trap had been sprung, but the nature of the prey was still unknown. The crowd, unnerved, began to chatter and move towards the exits. Clara's face was pale but composed. "It is done," she whispered. "The first part," Eric said, his eyes scanning the dispersing crowd. He felt no triumph, only the cold certainty that the game had merely entered a new, more dangerous phase. They had drawn a snake from its hole, but it had slithered away into the dark. The hunt was now truly on. Story 2. The first thing she felt was the cold. It was a deep, metallic cold that seeped into the skin of her cheek, a solid, unyielding surface pressed against her. Her eyelids fluttered open to a grainy darkness. She was lying on her side on a tiled floor, the grout lines sharp and dirty against her bare arms. A faint, coppery smell hung in the air, familiar and nauseating. She pushed herself up, her muscles aching with a strange, hollow fatigue. The room was a bathroom, large and opulently appointed with black marble and chrome, but it felt like a stage set, devoid of personal history. She looked at her reflection in the vast, mirror-walled shower. A stranger looked back, pale, with dark hair cut in a severe, chic bob and eyes the color of a winter sky, wide with a confusion that felt as fundamental as her own heartbeat. She did not know her own face. A soft knock came at the door. "Chris, are you all right in there?" The voice was a man's, deep, laced with a practiced concern. She didn't answer. Chris, was that her name? It felt like a label on an empty jar. The door opened slowly and he stood there, backlit by the softer light of the bedroom. He was handsome in a way that was almost too perfect, like an actor cast in the role of a devoted husband. His hair was the color of sand, his features strong and kind. "You fell again, sweetheart," he said, his voice a low murmur. "I heard a thump. You really must be more careful getting up in the night." He helped her to her feet, his hands firm on her elbows. His touch was warm, but it sent a shiver through her. "I'm Lucas," he said, and the way he said it implied this was a ritual, a daily sacrament. "Your husband." He led her to a dressing table and sat her down. On its polished surface lay a single, cream-colored card. In elegant, handwritten script it read, "Your name is Christine, but you go by Chris. You had an accident. Your memory resets when you sleep. I am Lucas, your husband. You are safe. Trust me." She read the words, then read them again. They were clean, simple, and utterly terrifying. This was her life, a blank slate every morning. Lucas was a model of patience. He showed her the house, a magnificent, isolated modern structure of glass and steel perched on a cliff above the roaring Pacific. He pointed out photographs of them together on various vacations, their smiles bright and seemingly genuine. He cooked her breakfast, his movements in the kitchen fluid and assured. But his eyes, a warm hazel, never quite held hers for long. They would flicker away, as if checking for something over her shoulder. Later, while he was on a phone call in his study, his voice a low, serious hum behind a closed door, Chris wandered. The house was a museum of a life she didn't remember living. In the living room, a grand piano stood silent. She trailed her fingers across the cool, smooth ivory of the keys. A dissonant chord echoed in the vast space, and she flinched. Something about the sound felt like a memory, a sharp, painful fragment. She looked down and noticed a tiny, almost invisible seam in the floorboard beneath the piano bench. Using a fingernail, she pried it up. Beneath it was a small, folded square of paper. The handwriting was her own, frantic and jagged. "He lies, the piano is wrong, you hate the sound." She stuffed the paper into the pocket of her robe, her heart hammering against her ribs. The note was a message from a ghost, the ghost of who she was yesterday or the day before, a ghost who was afraid. Her official life was managed by Dr. Jamal Vance. He came to the house twice a week, a man with a calm, intelligent face and eyes that missed nothing. His sessions were held in the sun-drenched conservatory, surrounded by lush, tropical plants that seemed to listen. "Tell me about the dream, Chris," he would say, his voice soft, a recorder placed discreetly on the glass table between them. "It's always the same," she said, her voice sounding thin and reedy. "I'm in water, it's dark and cold, there's something smooth and hard under my feet, slippery, and there's a light swinging back and forth, and a smell, salt and something else, something metallic." "Like blood?" Jamal asked, his tone neutral. "Like the bathroom floor," she whispered, "when I wake up." Jamal made a note. "And Lucas, how does he make you feel?" "He's kind, he takes care of me. But," she looked at her hands clenched in her lap, "but I don't feel anything when he touches me. Shouldn't I feel something?" "Memory is not emotion, Chris. The pathways are different. Your emotional core is intact, even if the specific memories are not." He paused, choosing his words with the care of a bomb disposal expert. The mind is a fortress. Sometimes it walls things off for a reason. We must be gentle when we approach those walls. After one session, as Jamal was packing his briefcase, he hesitated. "Chris, the mind also holds on to things, muscle memory, procedural memory. You played the piano, for instance, professionally before the accident. Perhaps you should try. The body might remember what the mind has forgotten." That night, after Lucas was asleep, his breathing a steady, untroubled rhythm beside her, she crept back to the piano. She sat on the bench, the cold wood through her thin nightgown. She placed her hands on the keys. They felt alien and yet somehow familiar. Her fingers of their own volition found a position. They began to move, slowly at first, then with more confidence. A melancholic, complex piece filled the silence, a cascade of notes that spoke of a deep, abiding sorrow. She was playing. She was really playing, and as the music swelled, a single, clear image flashed in her mind, not of Lucas, but of another man, laughing, his hand on her shoulder, his face a blur of affection and light. The music was a key, and it had just unlocked a door. The next morning she woke to the cold floor and the coppery smell. The ritual began again, Lucas with the note, Lucas with the breakfast, but this time she was different. She had a secret. The music was inside her, a map her body remembered. She began to hide notes for herself. She found a pen in Lucas's study, its barrel cold and heavy in her hand. She wrote on the backs of labels in her wardrobe, on the underside of drawers, in the dust of a high shelf. "You can play. The man in the dream has a scar on his chin. Find Brian." Brian, the name came to her one morning as she was looking at a photograph of herself and Lucas at a gallery opening. In the background, blurred, was another figure. A tall man with unruly dark hair, his face turned away. Brian, the name resonated with a dull ache of familiarity. Her investigation became her secret life. While Lucas was busy with his work, he was an architect, he told her, designing a new cultural center in the city. She searched the house. She found nothing overtly suspicious. No locked drawers she could open, no hidden rooms. It was the absence of things that was telling. There were no old letters, no childhood mementos, no boxes of forgotten junk. This was a home curated for a patient, not lived in by a person. She confronted Lucas at dinner. The table was set with fine china, a single orchid between them. "Who is Brian?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. Lucas's fork stilled for a fraction of a second. Then he smiled, a smooth, practiced gesture that didn't reach his eyes. An old friend. We had a falling out before the accident. It's not important. He's not part of our lives anymore. Why did we have a falling out? It was a business disagreement. It got ugly. He said some terrible things about you, Chris. It's better forgotten. He reached across the table and covered her hand with his. His skin was warm, dry. You have to trust me. I'm the only one who has been here through all of this. I protect you. But his touch felt like a cage. Her next session with Jamal felt more urgent. I need to find Brian, she told him. I think he's important. Jamal studied her, his expression unreadable. Chris, your condition is unique. Psychogenic fugue states combined with anterograde amnesia are exceptionally rare. The mind, in its attempt to protect itself, can create narratives, false memories. This Brian, he could be a construction. He feels real, she insisted, more real than Luca's. Be careful, Jamal said, his voice dropping. Stability is crucial for your recovery. Luca's provides that stability. Upsetting the balance, it could be dangerous. The word hung in the air between them. Dangerous. Was he warning her about her mental state or about something else? That night the dream was more vivid. The cold water was up to her chest now. The slippery, smooth thing under her feet felt like painted wood. The swinging light was a lantern, and in its erratic beam she saw a face reflected in the black water. It was her own, contorted in terror. And then another face looming over her, a man's face, not Lucas's. She woke with a gasp, not on the cold bathroom floor, but in her bed. The room was dark. Lucas was gone. She could hear his voice, low and tense, from downstairs. She slipped out of bed and crept to the top of the staircase. I can't keep doing this, do you understand? Lucas was hissing. He was on the phone. She's remembering things, not memories, feelings. It's in her goddamn fingers when she plays that piano note. We stick to the plan. Just find him. Make sure he understands the consequences. She retreated, her blood running cold. The caring husband was a performance. She was a prisoner in a gilded cage, and her jailer was getting nervous. The next day she found her most important note yet. It was tucked inside the hollow leg of the piano bench, a larger piece of paper covered in her frantic script. His name is Brian Miller. He loved me. Lucas was jealous. The accident wasn't an accident. We were on his boat. The sea missed. Lucas fought with him. I fell. I didn't just fall. He knows I know. Don't trust the doctor. He signs the forms that keep me here. The world tilted. Jamal was not a doubtful ally. He was the enemy. He was Lucas's accomplice, providing the medical justification for her imprisonment. The sessions were not therapy, they were surveillance. Driven by a new, desperate courage, she waited until Lucas left for a meeting. She went to his study, a room she had always avoided. It smelled of leather and old paper. She went straight to his computer. It was password protected. She tried a few obvious combinations, his name, her name, their anniversary according to the photographs. Nothing. Then she thought of the music, the piece her body remembered. She typed the composer's name, Chopin. The screen unlocked. Her heart in her throat, she searched the files. She found financial records, architectural plans, and then a folder simply labeled C. Inside were documents, a life insurance policy on her worth millions, medical power of attorney granting Lucas complete control, and a series of emails to Jamal Vance, payments disguised as consulting fees. The last one read, "The current dosage is no longer sufficient. We need to escalate. She is becoming unstable." They were drugging her. The amnesia wasn't just a condition. It was a side effect, meticulously maintained. The sound of a car engine in the driveway sent a jolt of pure panic through her. She closed the files, shut down the computer, and fled the study. She had to get out. Now. She didn't take anything. She just ran out the back door, across the manicured lawn, and into the dense pine forest that bordered the property. The air was cold and sharp, the scent of pine sap filling her lungs. She ran without direction, branches whipping at her arms and face. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs gave way, collapsing at the base of a giant redwood. When she could breathe again, she looked around. She was lost. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. She had no money, no phone, no plan, but she had a name: Brian Miller. It took her 2 days. She hitched a ride with a taciturn truck driver to the nearest town, a sleepy coastal place called Point Reyes. She went to the public library, using the computers to search for Brian Miller. She found an address for a boat repair shop on the other side of the bay. He was there, sanding the hull of a small sailboat, his back to her. He was tall, with the unruly dark hair from the photograph. When he turned, she saw the scar on his chin, the man from her dreams. He froze, the sander dying in his hand. His eyes, a deep, troubled blue, widened in disbelief and then in a flood of raw pain. "Chris," he breathed. "My God, they said you didn't want to see me." "Brian," she said, the name feeling like a homecoming on her tongue. He took a step toward her, then stopped, as if afraid she would vanish. "What are you doing here? How did you get away from him?" "I remembered," she said, her voice breaking. "Fragments, the boat, the sea mist, you." He told her everything. They had been in love. Lucas was her husband, but it was a marriage of convenience, a shell. She had been trying to leave him. Lucas was financially ruined, and her family money was the only thing keeping him afloat. The life insurance policy was his final, desperate gamble. That night on the boat, there had been a confrontation. Lucas had struck Brian, knocked him overboard. Then he had turned on Chris. There was a struggle. She had hit her head on the edge of the boat and fallen into the water. Lucas had pulled her out, but the damage was done. He saw his opportunity, and he took it. "We have to go to the police," Brian said, his hands gripping her arms, solid and real. "They'll never believe me," Chris said. "Lucas has doctors, documents. He's made me look insane." "Then we get proof," Brian said, his jaw set. "We get back on the sea mist. Your body remembers, Chris. Maybe being there will bring it all back. We can find something, anything, to prove what he did." It felt like a madness, but it was the only madness that made sense. Under the cover of darkness, they took Brian's dinghy out to the mooring where the sea mist was kept. It was a beautiful, sleek sailing yacht. As she climbed aboard, a wave of visceral, physical memory washed over her. The feel of the teak deck under her feet, the smell of salt and varnish, the metallic taste of fear. They went below deck. The cabin was tidy, but it felt haunted. Chris stood in the middle of the small space, her eyes closed, trying to let the memories come. "It was here," Brian said quietly. "He had me by the throat against this bulkhead. You tried to pull him off. He threw you back, and you hit your head right there." He pointed to a sharp corner of the navigation station. Chris walked over to it. She ran her fingers along the wood. It was smooth, polished, but her fingers found a tiny, almost imperceptible chip, and in that chip, a faint, dark residue. She scraped at it with a fingernail. It wasn't dirt, it was dried blood, her blood. A floorboard creaked behind them. They both turned. Lucas stood at the top of the companionway, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. In his hand was a gun, its shape black and final against the night. "It really is a pity," Lucas said, his voice calm, almost weary. "You were so much more manageable when you were blank." He descended the steps, the gun unwavering. "I knew you'd come here, Chris. Sentimentality was always your weakness. And you, Brian, playing the hero. It's so predictable." "Put the gun down, Lucas," Brian said, stepping in front of Chris. "Why? So you can have her, so you can have the money. It's mine. I earned it. I put up with her for years." Lucas's composure was cracking, revealing the raw, frantic man beneath. "The accident was a gift, a clean slate. I could have built something perfect, but you had to keep digging." He raised the gun, aiming at Brian. And in that moment, the final memory slammed into Chris with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't a struggle, it was a choice. That night on this boat, Lucas had come at Brian with a winch handle. She had jumped between them. She hadn't fallen. Lucas had swung and he had hit her. The last thing she saw before the darkness was not terror, but a cold, calculated fury in his eyes. He had meant to do it. She didn't think. Her hand closed around a heavy, glass-bottomed decanter from the table. As Lucas's finger tightened on the trigger, she lunged, not away, but forward. She brought the decanter down on the back of his head with all the strength of her remembered life, of her stolen years. There was a sickening, wet crack. Lucas crumpled to the floor, the gun clattering away into the shadows. He lay still, a dark pool spreading beneath his head. Silence broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the hull. Brian rushed to her, pulling her into his arms. "Chris, my God." She stood rigid in his embrace, looking down at the body of the man who had been her husband, her jailer, her would-be killer. She had written the ending herself. The final, forgotten piece of the puzzle had been her own capacity for violence. The police came. There were statements, questions. It was ruled self-defense. Brian was her witness. The blood on the boat, the emails, the insurance policy, it all painted a clear picture. Lucas was the villain. She was the victim who had finally fought back. Weeks passed. She and Brian tried to build a life. They rented a small apartment in the city, away from the glass house on the cliff. She started playing the piano again, the music now filled with a new, somber depth, but the past was not a door she could close. It was a stain that had seeped into her soul. She woke one morning not to the cold floor, but to the warmth of Brian beside her. For the first time, she remembered the day before. She remembered the week before. The amnesia was gone. The fog had lifted. She was whole. But that wholeness was its own prison. She remembered everything now, the good and the bad, the love for Brian, yes, but she also remembered the woman she had been before the accident, ambitious, hard, perhaps even a little cruel. She remembered the financial manipulations, the coldness with which she had treated Lucas before she knew his true nature. She remembered the argument on the boat with a new clarity, her own taunting words pushing him, seeing how far he would go. She had told the police he swung the winch handle at her. That was the story. That was the truth they had all agreed upon. But as she lay in the quiet dawn, the full, unedited memory played behind her eyes. Lucas, enraged, swinging the handle, but Brian rushing from the shadows, not to pull him away, but to shove him forward. A hard, deliberate push, sending Lucas stumbling toward her, the handle arcing down. Had Lucas meant to hit her, or had he been propelled into it? She looked at Brian, sleeping peacefully, his face soft and innocent in the morning light. The hero, her savior. She slipped out of bed and walked to the window, looking down at the waking city. She thought of Dr. Jamal Vance, of his calm, methodical voice. The mind is a fortress. Sometimes it walls things off for a reason. Perhaps her amnesia had not been a prison imposed by Lucas, but a sanctuary created by her own mind. A place to hide from a truth too terrible to hold. That the man in her bed and the man in the ground were not simply hero and villain. They were two sides of a dark coin, and she had been the prize they fought over. And in that fight, her own hands were not clean. She had her memory back, she had her life back. But she knew with a certainty that was colder than any marble floor that the investigation was not over. It had only just begun, and it would continue silently, relentlessly for the rest of her days. The search for the true culprit was a circle with no end, a story forever waiting for its final missing page. The piano in their new apartment was an upright, a little out of tune, its wood scarred. She preferred it to the flawless grand in the glass house. Here the imperfections felt honest. She played the same melancholic piece, the Chopin, and as the notes filled the small living room, she watched Brian. He would look up from his book, his eyes soft with a love that seemed genuine. But now she saw the subtle tightening of his jaw, the almost imperceptible flicker in his gaze that she had once mistaken for shared pain. Now she wondered if it was the strain of the lie or the memory of his own hand on Lucas's back. She began a new collection of notes, not hidden in drawers or under dust, but locked in a small, private journal. He flinches when I play the loud chords. He never talks about that night in detail, only in the broad strokes we told the police. He changed the subject when I asked how he got back on the boat after Lucas knocked him overboard. The questions were a quiet poison in her veins. She started taking long walks, retracing the steps of her old life, the one she now fully remembered. She visited the gallery where the blurred photograph had been taken. The owner, an elderly woman with kind eyes, remembered her. "You and Mr. Thorne," she said, misty-eyed. "Such a terrible accident. And that other fellow, the one who caused it all, such a shame." "What other fellow?" Chris asked, her voice carefully light. "The artist, Brian Miller. He was always so volatile. I heard he had a terrible temper. There were rumors after, well, you know, that it wasn't entirely Mr. Thorne's fault. But of course, the poor man can't defend himself now." The words landed like stones. Lucas, the architect, had been building a narrative long before the boat, painting Brian as the unstable one, himself as the victim. But was it all fabrication? She found the courage to call Dr. Jamal Vance's office. He was no longer there. The receptionist, her voice clipped, said he had taken an extended leave of absence. "A sudden, urgent family matter," she said. Chris hung up, her hand trembling, paid off or scared away. Another thread severed. One afternoon, while Brian was at the boatyard, she searched their apartment. She told herself she was looking for nothing in particular, just clues. She found them in a locked metal box at the back of his closet. The key was on his keyring, but she had learned a few things from Lucas. She used a hairpin. Inside were not mementos of their love, but documents, a copy of the life insurance policy. Lucas's, not hers. Brian was the sole beneficiary. It was dated 6 months before the accident. There were also her own medical records from before the accident, detailing a prescription for a powerful sedative, a drug that could cause confusion and memory loss. The prescribing doctor was Jamal Vance. She sat on the floor of the closet, the papers spread around her. The story rearranged itself in her mind, a kaleidoscope turning to reveal a new, more horrifying pattern. Brian and Jamal, they were in it together from the start. They had been slowly, methodically drugging her, making her unstable, setting the stage for Lucas to snap. The fight on the boat was the culmination. Brian's push was the final nudge, ensuring Lucas would deliver the blow that would either kill her or, as it did, make her a blank slate. With Lucas convicted of her attempted murder, Brian would get the insurance money and eventually a recovered Chris. He had played a long, patient game, and he had won. The front door opened. "Chris, I'm home." She scrambled to put everything back, her heart hammering against her ribs. She just managed to lock the box and slide it into place as he entered the bedroom. "Hey," he said, smiling. "What are you doing in here?" "Just tidying," she said, forcing a smile in return. "Remembering." He came to her, wrapped his arms around her, and she let him. His embrace felt like a trap. She was living with the architect of her ruin, a man who had loved her enough to destroy 2 other lives to have her. He had watched her struggle for months, piecing together a truth he had meticulously designed to be incomplete. He had comforted her, loved her, all while knowing he had helped engineer the horror. That night as he slept, she lay beside him, staring at the ceiling. She thought about going to the police, but with what? A theory, a life insurance policy he could explain away as a morbid joke. Her own newly restored memory was too fragile, too easily dismissed as the confabulation of a damaged mind. Jamal was gone, Lucas was dead. It was her word against Brian's, and he had played the hero perfectly. She was free of the glass house, but she was in a prison of his making, one with no walls and no locked doors, just the unbearable weight of the truth. Her recovery was the final, cruel twist. She had her mind back, only to discover it was the one thing he had never wanted her to have. The investigation was now a silent war waged across the breakfast table, in the casual touch of his hand, in the shared silence of their evenings. She had to be careful, smarter than she had ever been. She had to pretend for now to be the woman he thought he had won, the woman who was still in some ways forgotten. The music became her shield. She played for hours, the chop-in piece a labyrinth of sorrow and suspicion under her fingers. Brian would listen, his admiration a mask she could now see the seams of. She began to experiment. She would leave a library book about forensic accounting on the coffee table. She mentioned casually that she was thinking of seeing a new therapist, one who specialized in recovered memory therapy. She watched him, a scientist observing a specimen, noting the micro-expressions of alarm he tried to smother with concern. He became more attentive, more cloying. His love felt like a net being drawn tighter. He started talking about the future, about using the insurance money to buy a boat to sail away, just the two of them. Isolate her, cut her off. The pattern was so clear now. She knew she needed leverage, something undeniable. Jamal Vance was the key. He was the living thread connecting her to the conspiracy. Finding him was her only chance. Using the library computers again, she employed the research skills her old self had possessed. She cross-referenced his name with property records, with professional databases, with vague mentions in medical conference schedules. It was a dead end. He had vanished too thoroughly. Then she remembered the financial records on Lucas's computer, the payments to Vance. They had been routed through a shell company, something with a generic name. She had barely glanced at it then. Now it was everything. She needed to get back into that house. The opportunity came when Brian announced a 2-day trip to finalize the sale of his boat repair business. He was liquidating his old life, preparing for their escape. He kissed her goodbye, his eyes full of a possessive certainty that made her skin crawl. As soon as his car was out of sight, she packed a small bag, not with sentiment but with purpose. She took a bus to the cliffside community, getting off a mile from the glass house. She approached through the woods the same way she had fled, feeling like a ghost returning to its haunt. The house was dark, silent. A for sale sign stood staked into the perfect lawn. Lucas's estate was being settled. She used the key she had taken the day she ran, the one she had never returned. The lock turned with a soft click. The air inside was stale, the silence absolute. She went straight to the study, the leather and paper smell triggering a visceral wave of dread. She booted the computer, her fingers trembling as she typed "Chopin." The screen glowed to life. She found the shell company, Ethelred Holdings, and traced its registration to a law firm. From there, it was a maze of digital breadcrumbs, but her mind, sharp and clear now, followed them. An obscure business listing, a tied-up phone number, an address for a private mailbox. It was in a small town 3 hours north, a place called Sea Ridge. She wrote it down, her hands steady. This was it, the first real lead. A floorboard creaked in the hall. Her blood went cold. It was not the settling of an old house. It was the deliberate, weighted step of a person. Brian appeared in the doorway. He wasn't supposed to be back for another day. His face was not angry, but profoundly sad. In his hand, he held her journal, the one with her private observations. "I came back early," he said, his voice quiet. "I had a feeling. You've been so distant. I thought it was the trauma, but it's this, isn't it? You've been investigating me." There was no point in denial. She stood up, facing him. "The insurance policy on Lucas, you and Jamal, you set him up. You set us both up." He didn't deny it, he just looked tired. "It was never supposed to happen like that, Chris. I loved you. I loved you for years while you were married to that hollow man. He was going to drain you dry and leave you with nothing. The plan was just to make you see him for what he was. The medication, the instability, it was just to speed things up." "Speed things up," she whispered, horrified. "You poisoned me." The boat, it got out of hand. Lucas was supposed to be disgraced, not dead, and you weren't supposed to forget everything. He took a step toward her, his eyes pleading. "But don't you see, it gave us a chance, a real chance. We have a clean slate now. We can be together without any of the past." He genuinely believed it. He saw himself as a romantic, a man who had committed monstrous acts for love. He was still trying to win the prize. "The address for Jamal," she said, holding up the piece of paper. "I have it. It's over, Brian." His sadness hardened into something else, something resolved. No, Chris, it's not over, it's just beginning. Our beginning, we're leaving tonight. We'll get the money and we'll disappear. He moved toward her not with violence, but with a terrible, possessive certainty. She backed away, her mind racing. The gun Lucas had owned was in a safe. The police had taken it as evidence. There was nothing to fight with but her own two hands. Then her eyes fell on the piano, its lid closed, and she remembered one more thing, the last, best hiding place. She darted away from him toward the instrument. "Chris, don't," he said, his voice rising in alarm. She lifted the heavy lid, the familiar scent of felt and old wood filling her nostrils. Taped to the soundboard inside the dark cavity was a small, black digital recorder, her final insurance policy from her former life. She had always been paranoid about Lucas. She had forgotten it until this very second. She turned to face him, the recorder in her hand. She pressed play. His voice from just moments ago filled the silent room. It was never supposed to happen like that. Chris, the plan was just to make you see him for what he was. The medication, the instability, it was just to speed things up. Brian stared, his face a canvas of shock and dawning defeat. The hero was gone, replaced by the man behind the curtain. "The police are on their way," she lied, her voice steady, though her whole body was shaking. "I called them before I came in. They heard everything." He stood frozen, trapped by the echo of his own confession. The narrative he had so carefully constructed had finally, irrevocably shattered. And this time, Chris remembered every single piece. He didn't move. He just stood there in the home of the man he had helped to destroy and listened to his own voice condemn him. The fight seemed to drain out of him, replaced by a hollow exhaustion. He looked at her not with hatred, but with a strange, lost admiration. "You were always smarter than both of us," he said softly. Sirens wailed in the distance, faint at first, then growing louder. A coincidence or a neighbor who had seen lights in the empty house. It didn't matter. The lie had become truth. Brian flinched at the sound, a conditioned response of guilt. He looked toward the window, then back at her, knowing running was pointless now. When the police arrived, they found her standing by the grand piano, the recorder in her hand, and Brian sitting in Lucas's leather chair, his head in his hands. She handed them the evidence without a word. This time the questions were different. They were for Brian. She gave her statement, clear and precise, her memory a perfect, unassailable record. She told them about Sea Ridge, about Dr. Vance. The investigation, once closed, was now blown wide open. She did not go back to the apartment. Everything in it felt contaminated by his presence. She checked into a hotel, the anonymity of the room a blessing. The next day she called a lawyer. Then she called a real estate agent. The glass house had to be sold. Every asset, every remnant of that life had to be liquidated and left behind. Weeks turned into months. Brian, facing charges of conspiracy, attempted murder, and fraud, took a plea deal. He named Jamal Vance as his co-conspirator in exchange for a reduced sentence. Vance was found a month later, living under a new name in Sea Ridge. He confessed to the medical malpractice, to the payments, to the psychological manipulation. He painted a picture of Brian as the mastermind, a man obsessed, and of himself as a weak man seduced by money. The truth, as always, lay somewhere in the murky middle. She did not attend the sentencings. She read about them in the paper, feeling nothing but a vast, quiet emptiness. The storm was over. The wreckage was all that remained. She used her share of the insurance money, the money that had been the root of so much evil, to buy a small cottage by the sea in a country she had never visited before. It was not a glass house. It was made of stone, with a weathered wooden door and a garden that needed tending. She brought the scarred, out-of-tune upright piano with her. She played without suspicion, without listening for a reaction in the silence. The music was just music again. Sometimes in the quiet of the evening she would walk along the rocky shore and think of the two men who had shaped her, one with overt cruelty, the other with a love more destructive than hate. She had been a prize, a victim, a puzzle to be solved, but now she was just a woman living in a house by the sea. The investigation was finally, truly over. The last page had been written, not with a dramatic confession or a violent end, but with the simple, enduring act of moving on. She was no longer the woman who was forgotten. She was the one who remembered, and in remembering had chosen to let go. The salt air smelled of damp earth and blooming heather, a clean scent that scoured the past from her lungs. Her days fell into a new rhythm, dictated by the tides and the sun, not by fear or the need to decipher a lie. She learned the names of the local birds and the best time to dig for clams. Her hands, once restless in her lap or flying across piano keys in a fever of suspicion, were now often caked with soil. The piano tuner came from the village, a cheerful man with a shock of white hair who complemented the old upright-esque character. When he left, the notes were clean and true. She played folk songs she heard in the pub, simple, hearty melodies that required no hidden meaning. The chopin she left in the past, a ghost laid to rest. One afternoon, a thick envelope arrived from her lawyer. It contained the final settlement papers, the last of the financial ties to Lucas and Brian. There was also a letter forwarded from her old address. The handwriting was neat, unfamiliar, with a calm she would not have thought possible months before she opened it. It was from Brian. He wrote from his prison cell. He did not ask for forgiveness. He did not plead his case. He simply wrote about the view from his small, high window, a square of sky that changed with the weather. He wrote about the books he was reading, and he wrote one line that stayed with her long after she had folded the letter away. I thought I was writing a love story for us, but I was only ever writing a tragedy for you. I am sorry for that. She did not write back. There were no more words to be exchanged, but she did not burn the letter. She placed it in a small wooden box with a few other artifacts from that life, her old wedding ring, a faded photograph of her parents, the key to the glass house. She put the box on a high shelf in the closet, a chapter closed and stored away, not forgotten, but finished. The investigation had consumed her, defined her, and then it had released her. Now her life was her own to build, moment by quiet moment. She planted roses by the front door, their thorns a honest defense. In the evenings she would sit on her porch and watch the light fade over the water, a deep and peaceful silence settling in her heart. She was whole and she was here. The first rose bloomed, a deep, velvety crimson against the gray stone of the cottage. She cut it and placed it in a simple glass jar on the piano. It was a small, private celebration. The investigation, the trial, the move, they were all receding, becoming a story she had lived through, not a storm she was still caught in. Her new neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who kept to themselves. The woman Maeve sometimes left a basket of eggs on her doorstep. The man Thomas had nodded once when she defixed a loose gate hinge, a gesture of approval. They asked no questions about her past, and she offered none. This mutual respect for silence felt like a greater kindness than any overt welcome. She found work of a sort. The local pub needed someone to play the piano on Friday nights. Not concert pieces, just background music to soften the clatter of glasses and the rise and fall of conversation. She played old standards and popular tunes, her fingers learning a new, unburdened rhythm. The patrons would sometimes hum along or offer a genial nod. It was music as a service, not a weapon or a shield, and she found a strange peace in its simplicity. One Friday, as she played a meandering, quiet version of an old folk song, a man sat at a table in the corner, listening with an intensity that was familiar. He was older, with a kind, weathered face, and he watched her hands. When she took a break, he approached. "That was beautiful," he said. His accent was local. "You have a real feeling for it." "Thank you," she said, wary for a moment, the old instinct to analyze a compliment for hidden barbs rising before she could suppress it. "My name is Eamon," he said. "I teach music at the school in the next town over. We're looking for someone to help with the junior orchestra. It's not much pay, but the children are eager. I heard you play last week and thought I'd ask." She looked at him, at his open, guileless face. There was no calculation in his eyes, no hidden agenda. It was just an offer, pure and simple. "I'd like that," she heard herself say. And so her life began to fill, not with the ghosts of the past, but with the substance of the present. The chaotic, joyful noise of children learning their instruments, the weight of a spade in her hand, the taste of Maeve's fresh eggs, the sound of the rain on her stone roof. She thought of Brian sometimes, not with anger, but with a distant, clinical pity. He was in his small room, staring at his square of sky, trapped in the ending he had written. She was here in a world of her own making, where the story was no longer about survival, but about the quiet, ongoing act of living. The final clue had been found, the last truth uncovered. Now there was only the uninvestigated, unscripted future, and for the first time in a very long time, that was enough. The following week, Eamon brought the sheet music for a simple arrangement of a sea shanty. The children, with their squeaking violins and earnest flutes, tackled it with a chaotic energy that made her smile. Afterward, she walked home along the cliff path, the wind tugging at her coat. The air was sharp and clean. She realized she had not thought of the glass house or Brian or the sound of his recorded voice for 3 whole days. The relief was not dramatic. It was a gentle settling, like dust in an abandoned room. At her cottage, a package was leaning against the door. It was a flat, rectangular parcel wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address, only her name written in a precise, unfamiliar hand. Her heart, for one treacherous second, hammered a warning rhythm. She carried it inside and placed it on the kitchen table, staring at it as if it might contain a ghost. With careful hands, she untied the string and peeled back the paper. It was a book, a thick old collection of Chopin-esque nocturnes. She froze, her fingers resting on the worn cover. Then she saw the note tucked inside the front page. It was from her lawyer. "Found this in the safe deposit box during the final asset liquidation," he had written. "It was listed under your maiden name. Thought you might want it." She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. It was her book. The one she had owned before she married Lucas, before her life had been narrowed and curated by others. She flipped through the pages, and a faded photograph slipped out, fluttering to the floor. It was a picture of her as a young woman, standing with her mother at her side, both of them smiling in front of a different piano, an old, scarred upright much like the one in her cottage now. On the back, in her mother's handwriting, were the words, "For my Christine, whose music fills the silence." She had forgotten this photo, this book, this version of herself. It was a relic from a life before the investigation, before the forgetting, before the great, painful unraveling. It was not a clue or a piece of evidence. It was a gift, a reminder of the person she had been long before she became a story for someone else to write. She placed the book on the piano-esque music stand. That evening she did not play from it. She was not ready, but she left it there, a promise to herself. The music was no longer a shield or a weapon. It was a memory and a choice. And for now the choice was to simply sit in the quiet, the sea murmuring outside her door, and listen to the sound of her own peace. Next morning she made tea and watched the dawn break over the water, a slow wash of pink and gold. The Book of Nocturnes remained on the stand, its presence neither a threat nor a command, but simply a part of the room. Later she went into the garden, the cool soil of familiar comfort under her knees. As she weeded, she found herself humming a fragment of a melody, something she had not heard in decades, a lullaby her mother used to sing. The tune surfaced whole and unbidden, a quiet treasure unearthed from the deepest, most untouched part of her memory. A few days later, a storm rolled in from the sea, a dramatic affair of lashing rain and thunder that shook the windows. She lit a fire in the hearth, and the cottage felt like a sanctuary, the stone walls holding the wildness at bay. The wind howled, a sound that once would have felt like a warning, but now was just weather. She looked at the piano, at the old book, and felt a pull that was entirely her own. She sat down and opened it to the first nocturne. The notes were familiar under her fingers, but the feeling was new. There was no dread in the quiet passages, no frantic searching in the crescendos. She played it through, and when the last note faded, it simply blended with the sound of the rain on the roof. She had not been listening for an answer in the music. She had just been playing. The storm passed, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Eamon stopped by to discuss the children's progress, and she offered him a cup of tea. They sat in her small kitchen, and he told her about his own youth, about leaving the village for a conservatory in the city and choosing to return. It was a story of contentment, of a life built on conscious choice, and she listened, understanding the value of such a thing now more than ever. After he left, she felt a lightness, a sense of possibility that was not tied to escape or survival, but to connection. That night she took the wooden box down from the high shelf. She did not open it. She carried it outside, down to the edge of the shore where the stones were smooth and dark. The moon was full, painting a silver path across the black water. She knelt and placed the box on a large, flat rock. She did not need its contents anymore. They were weights from a sunken ship she had already escaped. She stood and pushed the box with her foot. It slid into the water with a soft splash. It bobbed for a moment, a dark shape on the shimmering surface, and then the sea took it, pulling it down into the deep, silent dark. She turned and walked back to the cottage, to the light in the window, to the music waiting in the silence, to the life that was, at last, completely and only her own. The sea gave no answer and asked for none. It was a perfect end. In the days that followed, she felt a new solidity, as if the last anchor to that old, ghost-ridden shore had finally been cut. She began to play from the Book of Nocturnes in the mornings, the music a gentle companion to the sunrise. The compositions were no longer puzzles to be solved or triggers for a memory she feared to lose. They were just beautiful, complex patterns of sound, and she played them for the simple pleasure they gave. One afternoon, while cleaning out a cupboard, she found a set of blank sheet music she had bought on a whim months before and forgotten. She sat at the piano with a pencil, and a few hesitant notes found their way onto the paper. It was not Chopin or anything she had ever heard before. It was a simple, rising melody that reminded her of the cliff path in the morning light. She worked on it slowly, without pressure, adding and erasing. It was clumsy and unfinished, but it was hers. She was no longer just an interpreter of others' stories. She was beginning to write her own. The seasons turned, the roses went dormant, and the storms of winter gave way to a fragile green spring. The investigation, the trial, the names Lucas and Brian, all became like the pages of a book she had read long ago, the details softened by time and distance. She was Christine, who lived in the stone cottage, who taught the children, who played the piano at the pub. The woman who had been forgotten was now simply remembered by herself and by this new, quiet world she had chosen. And that was the only truth that mattered anymore. The melody she was writing began to solidify, taking on the character of the sea itself, with its patient rhythms and sudden, sparkling surges. She showed a few bars to Eamon one afternoon after the children had gone. He studied it, his head tilted, and then played it on the piano with a thoughtful slowness. "It has a good heart," he said simply. "You should see it through." His quiet encouragement was all the permission she needed. She worked on it in the evenings, the fire crackling, the manuscript pages accumulating on the stand. It was a slow process, but it felt like building something real, stone upon stone. One evening, as she was walking home from the pub, Maeve was waiting by her gate, a shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders against the chill. "I heard you playing the other day," the old woman said, her voice raspy. "The new piece. It sounds like the wind before a storm settles. It sounds like home." Christine felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the weather. It was the recognition she had always craved, but this time it was for something she had made, not for a performance she had given or a role she had played. She thanked Maeve, and the old woman nodded once before turning back to her own cottage. She finished the composition as the first summer blooms appeared in her garden. She called it The Remembering, not as a nod to the past she had escaped, but for the present she was building moment by moment, note by note. She played it for the pub on a quiet Tuesday night. There was no applause, just a respectful, listening silence, and then the gentle resumption of conversation. It was the perfect reception. Later, Eamon asked if he could have a copy for his senior students to learn. She agreed, and as she carefully copied the sheet music, she realized this was the true closing of the circle. The investigation had taken, but it had also given her this. It had stripped her down to her essential self, and in the emptiness she had found a capacity for creation she never knew she possessed. The music was no longer a record of what had been done to her. It was a testament to what she had chosen to become. Story 3. The light from the hallway did not so much enter the room as it hesitated at the threshold, a pale, sickly yellow that seemed afraid of the darkness within. It trembled, that light, with the distant hum of a failing bulb or perhaps the vibration of a heavy truck passing blocks away, and in its unsteady glow, the long shadow of the bedpost wavered like a hanged man twisting in a slow wind. I watched it from the chair where they left me, my wrists raw against the coarse fibers of the rope, and I knew the shadow was not alone in its movement. Something else was in here with me, a memory of motion, the ghost of a disturbance that had left the air thick and charged, like the moment after a thunderclap. The room held its breath, and its secrets were a cold weight against my skin. My name is Alicia, and I have been missing for 9 days. The first 48 hours were a blur of terror, a car trunk smelling of gasoline and old leaves, a hood pulled tight over my face, the suffocating press of rough hands. Then this room. A concrete box with a single high window caked with the grime of decades, a rusted sink that coughed up brown water, and a mattress on a metal frame, its stain ticking, blooming in the gloom like a poisonous flower. They took me from a world of soft edges and whispered assurances, from a father whose love was a currency he spent with nervous liberality, and they dropped me here into the hard geometry of deprivation. Brant was the first one I saw clearly when the hood came off. He had a face that was all planes and angles, as if carved from weathered stone by an unkind hand. His eyes were the color of a winter sky just before a storm, and they held no pity, only a cold, appraising calculation. He was the architect of this misery. "Your father is a rich man, Alicia," he said, his voice a low, gravelly thing that seemed to vibrate in the marrow of my bones. "He will pay to have his little girl back. You will be quiet. You will be still. You will be worth every penny." He left me with those words, and the heavy door groaned shut, the lock sliding home with a sound of finality that echoed in the hollow of my chest. I learned the sounds of this place. The drip from the sink's tap was the clock I did not have. The scuttling in the walls was the only company I was permitted, and the voices from the other room, muffled by concrete, were my news from the front. There were 3 of them I soon gathered, Brant the leader, then Deacon. I heard his name before I saw him, a sibilant whisper from the others, a name spoken with a mixture of fear and revulsion. When he finally entered my room, it was not like Brant's purposeful entrance. Deacon seemed to seep in, his form filling the doorway, blocking the trembling light. He was a big man, but it was a soft, powerful bigness, like a landslide. His hands were immense, the knuckles scarred and calloused, and he had a way of looking at you that felt like a physical violation, a slow, meticulous inventory of your vulnerabilities. He rarely spoke to me at first. He would just stand there, his breath a faint whistle through his nose, his eyes tracing the lines of my body on the mattress. His presence was an oil slick on the water of my fear, something thick and contaminating. The third man was a nervous boy they called Leo, all jangling nerves and quick, bird-like movements. The fourth, a sullen hulk named Marcus, spoke only in grunts and seemed to take his orders from the shifting tension in Brant's shoulders. The days bled into one another, a monochrome smear of fear and boredom. The ransom calls were made, my father's voice a distant, frantic plea on the speakerphone. Jeff, my father, the great industrialist, the man who commanded boardrooms, reduced to a beggar. "Please," he sobbed, "please, just let me hear her voice." And Brant would hold the phone to my lips, his fingers digging into my cheek, and I would whisper, "I am okay, Daddy," the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. It was during one of these calls that the first crack appeared. My father, his voice frayed with a new, sharp desperation, said, "The police, they ray tracing the calls. They ray close, Brant, it's over. Let her go." A silence fell in the room after he hung up, a silence deeper and more terrifying than any shout. Brant's face was a mask of cold fury. He backhanded Leo so hard the boy spun and fell against the wall. "You said the burners were clean. You said they couldn't trace them. Leo cradled his face, blood seeping between his fingers. They were, I swear, they must have new technology. It was Deacon who broke the silence, his voice a low rumble. The game has changed. He was looking at me, and in his eyes I saw the calculation shift. I was no longer just a commodity. I was a liability. I was a witness. A new, more primal fear took root in me then. The clean transaction of money for a life was now corrupted. The plan was unraveling, and men like these, when their plans unravel, they do not pack up and go home. They burn the evidence. Brant started drinking more, the sharp, medicinal smell of cheap whiskey joining the symphony of odors in this place. Damp concrete, male sweat, and my own rising stink of panic. His orders became clipped, erratic. The negotiations with my father grew more convoluted, more paranoid. The money drop was changed again and again, a frantic dance with an unseen partner. The police were a ghost in the machine now, their presence felt in every static hiss on the line, in every unexplained car that passed on the gravel road outside. It was in this pressure cooker that my relationship with my captors began its strange, sickening metamorphosis. My fear did not vanish, it evolved, it became a currency of its own. I saw the power I had, fragile as it was. Brant-esque greed was a lever, Deacon-esque obsession was a weapon, Leo-esque fear was a weakness. I started talking to Brant during his long vigils in my room, not pleading, not crying, talking. I asked him about the money, what he would do with it. I painted pictures of the life it could buy, a life far from this damp box, a life of power and ease. I made myself a partner in his fantasy, a silent accomplice to his greed. I saw the flicker of something in his eyes, not respect, but a recognition of a kindred cunning. Perhaps it was the isolation, the constant gnawing fear, but I felt a dark thrill when he began to listen, truly listen. I was the fragile prisoner, yes, but I was learning to be a seductress of a most perverse kind, offering not my body, but a reflection of his own amplified desire. With Deacon it was different. There was no seduction, only a grim acknowledgement. He began to bring me things, an extra blanket, a piece of fruit. He would sit on the end of the mattress, his weight making the springs scream, and he would just watch me. He didn't speak of escape or ransom. He spoke of control, of the purity of having another human being completely within your power. His words were a poison, and I drank them because they were the only thing being offered. He was teaching me the rules of his world, a world where strength was the only morality, and I was a quick study. My naivete was sloughing off me like a dead skin, revealing something harder, something adaptable and cold. The turning point, the moment the dream of a quick ransom truly curdled into the nightmare of a massacre, began with a sound. A dog barking too close. Then the distant two-tone wail of a police siren. It was midday. The light from the high window was a dull gray slab on the floor. Bran exploded into action. They ray here, Leo, the back door, Marcus, the car. Chaos, shouted curses, the sound of a shotgun being racked. Leo was hyperventilating, his hands shaking so badly he could barely hold his pistol. We ray surrounded, we ray dead. Through the door I saw Deacon. He wasn't running. He was standing in the center of the main room, a strange, serene smile on his face. He looked like a man who had been waiting for this his whole life. He caught my eye through the doorway, and he winked. Then the world exploded. It was not a gentle knocking. It was a percussive blast that shook dust from the ceiling as the front door splintered inward. Shouts of police, down on the ground, were swallowed by the deafening roar of gunfire. Marcus was the first to go. He opened up with a shotgun, a great booming sound that was immediately answered by a staccato hail of return fire. He danced a jerky, macabre jig as bullets punched into him, then collapsed into a heap. Leo screamed and fired his pistol blindly through a window. A single, precise shot came back and took off the back of his head. He fell without another sound. Brant was firing from cover behind an old sofa, his face a rictus of rage and terror. The air was thick with the smell of cordite and blood, a sharp, metallic scent that coated the tongue. The police were methodical, professional, their movements a stark contrast to the frantic, dying throes of the gang. And Deacon saved one bullet. While Brant was distracted, trading shots with the advancing officers, Deacon stood up, calm as a Sunday morning, leveled his pistol at the back of Brant's head and pulled the trigger. The report was oddly flat in the confined space. Brant slumped forward, his stormy eyes extinguished forever. Then Deacon turned. The police were shouting, "Drop your weapon," but he wasn't looking at them. He was looking at me through the open door of my room. His eyes held a final, terrible lesson. This was the ultimate control, to choose the ending, to deny them everything. He put the barrel of the gun in his own mouth. The sound was wet and final. Silence rushed in to fill the void, broken only by the static of police radios and the slow drip of my sink, or perhaps it was blood. I sat on the mattress, my knees drawn to my chest, watching the dust motes dance in the sudden, terrible stillness. I did not feel saved. I felt vacant. An officer in a bulky vest cautiously entered my room, his weapon raised. His eyes scanned the corners before landing on me. He lowered his gun, his face a mixture of pity and professional detachment. "It's okay, miss. You're safe now." They led me out, a blanket over my shoulders, through the carnage of the main room. I stepped over Leo's small, broken body. I avoided looking at what was left of Brant. I did not look at Deacon at all. The police lights painted the dusty air in swirling red and blue, a grotesque carnival. My father was there on the other side of the police tape, his face a ruin of tears and relief. He crushed me to him, sobbing, "Alicia, my girl, you're home, you're safe." I let him hold me. I buried my face in the expensive wool of his coat, but I did not cry. I could still smell the cordite, the blood, the damp concrete. His world of soft edges felt like a lie. The real world was a concrete room where men taught you about power with their last, violent breaths. The weeks that followed were a blur of doctors and detectives and quiet, concerned voices. I gave my statement, a clean, simple narrative of the terrified victim. I did not tell them about my conversations with Brant. I did not describe the look in Deacon's eyes when he talked about control. Those were my secrets, the weapons I had forged in the dark. They called me a survivor. They said I was brave. But in the deep silence of my father's house, in my pristine bedroom that felt like a gilded cage, I knew the truth. The Alicia who was kidnapped died in that room. What walked out was something else, a creature shaped by greed and sadism, a pawn who had learned the moves of the kings and now found the board of ordinary life to be unbearably dull. I sit here now in the quiet of my new life, the heiress to a fortune and a legacy of violence. I look at my reflection in the dark glass of the window, and sometimes I do not recognize the eyes that look back. They are older. They have seen the shadow that moves when the light trembles. They know that the mystery was never about who took me, but about what I became when they did. And late at night, when the house is asleep and the world is still, I can still hear it, the sound that started it all and the sound that never truly ended, the slow, patient drip from a rusted tap in a concrete room. The drip became a rhythm in my head, a metronome keeping time for a silence that was no longer silent. My father hired a therapist, a gentle woman with kind eyes who spoke in soft, reasonable tones about trauma and reintegration. I sat in her comfortable chair and recited the lines I knew she wanted to hear. I spoke of fear and gratitude, of nightmares and the slow journey toward healing. I was the perfect patient because I was acting. The real work was happening somewhere else, in a part of me she could never reach. I started taking long drives alone. My father, desperate for any sign of normalcy, bought me a sleek black car with a powerful engine. I would point it down empty highways, pushing the speed until the world outside became a blur, trying to outrun the stillness that had taken root inside me. But the stillness was always faster. It was in the hum of the tires, in the monotony of the dashed center line. One Tuesday, I found myself driving through the industrial wasteland on the city's outskirts. I wasn't thinking, just driving, my hands loose on the wheel, and then I saw it. A derelict warehouse, its windows boarded, a familiar, sickly yellow light from a street lamp trembling on its cracked pavement. It was not the same place, of course, but it was the same kind of place, a place of forgotten things. I pulled over and sat for a long time, the engine ticking as it cooled. I watched the shadows around the warehouse. They did not waver like the one from the bedpost. They were still and deep. I realized I was waiting for one of them to move. I was disappointed when none did. That was the first pull, a morbid curiosity, a need to touch the rough texture of that world again, if only from the outside. I began to seek out these forgotten spaces, abandoned factories, closed down mills, derelict motels with signs that had lost their vowels. I would walk their perimeters, feeling the coarse concrete under my fingertips, breathing in the scent of decay and rust. In these places, the person I was supposed to be fell away, and the person I had become felt real. My father noticed the change. He called it my restlessness. He suggested a vacation, a trip to somewhere bright and warm. I smiled and agreed and went back to my ruins. He saw the shell of his daughter, clean and well-dressed, and he was comforted. He did not see the calculations happening behind my eyes. The money, when it came, was a floodgate opening. My trust fund, my inheritance, all of it mine to control. My father expected me to be reckless, to buy sports cars and designer clothes, to spend my way back to innocence. Instead, I sat with his financial advisors, my voice calm and steady, asking questions about commercial real estate, about acquisitions, about leverage. I saw the flicker of surprise in their eyes, quickly masked by professional respect. They did not understand that Brant had been my first finance teacher. He had taught me that everything, even a life, has a price. I bought the warehouse, the one with the trembling light. I had it cleared out, not renovated. I left the concrete floors bare, the high windows dirty. I had a single powerful lamp installed, its light a stark white beam that carved a hard geometry out of the emptiness, leaving the corners in profound shadow. I would go there at night and stand in the center of that light, listening to the silence. It was the closest I could get to the feeling of that room. It was where I felt most like myself. One evening, leaving the warehouse, I saw a man leaning against a car across the street. He was tall, with a line-hungry look, his clothes cheap but clean. He watched me with an appraising gaze that was neither friendly nor threatening. It was the look Deacon had given Brant, a look of assessment. I didn't hurry. I locked the warehouse door, my movements slow and deliberate. I walked to my car without looking at him again. I could feel his eyes on me, and the feeling was not one of fear. It was a spark, a recognition. The world was full of people who played by the rules, who lived in the light and believed in its power. But I knew, and he knew, that the real power was in understanding the dark. It was in knowing that when the light hesitates, something else is always moving. I started the car and pulled away, but in the rearview mirror I saw him still watching. And for the first time since I was led out of that concrete room, I felt the ghost of a smile touch my lips. The game was not over. It had simply changed venues. The man was there again the next night, and the next. He never approached, never spoke. He was just a silhouette against the flickering street lamp, a constant, silent presence. I began to expect him, to look for his shape the moment I turned onto the street. His patience was a language I understood. It was a question. He was waiting to see what I would do. I decided to answer. On the fourth night, I didn't go to my car. I stood by the warehouse door, under the harsh glow of the security light I de-installed, and I looked directly at him. I let him see that I was not afraid, that his presence was not an intrusion, but an expected variable in an equation I was still solving. After a full minute, I turned and walked back inside, leaving the heavy door slightly ajar. It was a risk, it was an invitation. I stood in the center of the vast, empty space, my heart beating a steady, purposeful rhythm in my chest. I heard his footsteps on the concrete before I saw him. They were slow, measured, not trying to hide. He stepped inside, his frame filling the doorway just as Deaconess had, but this was different. This was a negotiation, not a seizure. He let the door swing shut behind him. The sound echoed in the cavernous room. He looked around, his eyes taking in the bare concrete, the single lamp, the deliberate austerity. He nodded slowly, as if confirming a private theory. "This is quite a place," he said. His voice was rough but quiet. It wasn't a shout meant to dominate the space. It was a tool meant for close work. "It serves a purpose," I replied. My voice did not waver. It belonged here. He took a few steps closer, but stopped a respectful distance away. He was older than I'd first thought, lines etched deep around his eyes and mouth. These were not lines from laughter. "People talk," he said. "They say a rich girl bought this old wreck. They can figure out why." "And you," I asked, "have you figured it out?" He allowed himself a thin, humorless smile. "I think so. I think you ray not a rich girl. I think you ray something else." He looked at me, really looked, and I knew he saw past the expensive clothes to the cold, hard thing underneath. "My name is Silas." "Alicia," I said, though the name felt like a costume. I know. He let the silence hang between us for a moment. I knew Brant not well. We moved in similar circles once. He was a bull, strong but stupid. He thought money was the goal. He never understood it was just a tool. The mention of Brant's name sent a jolt through me, but not of fear. It was a connection, a thread pulled from my past and handed to me now. "And what is the goal, Silas?" "Control," he said, the word simple and absolute. It was the same word Deacon had worshipped. The kind of control that docent need to shout, the kind that works in the quiet. He reached into his jacket pocket. I didn't flinch. He pulled out a small, folded piece of paper and held it out. I walked forward and took it. It was a name, an address, and a number. A very large number. "His name is Julian Croft," Silas said. "He owes a debt, not a financial one, a personal one. He took something that can be replaced. The people he took it from want recompense, but he insulated. Lawyers, bodyguards, a fortress of an apartment. The conventional methods have failed." I looked from the paper to his face. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because conventional methods require conventional people," he said. "You are not conventional. You have access to worlds they would never let me into. You have a face no one suspects." And he paused, his eyes scanning my warehouse once more. "You have a certain understanding. I think you know what it is to want a specific kind of justice." I looked down at the name, Julian Croft. I knew the name. He was a friend of my father's, a man who sat on charity boards and smiled for the society pages, a man who lived in the light. I folded the paper and slipped it into my own pocket. The gesture felt momentous, the weight of the paper far greater than its physical mass. I had spent months haunted by the lessons of that room, feeling them curdle inside me with no outlet. Now, an outlet had been offered. "I'll need details," I said, my voice all business. Silas nodded, the ghost of that smile returning. "Of course." He turned and left as quietly as he had come. I stood alone again in the stark light, but the silence was different now. It was no longer empty. It was full of potential. I was not a victim. I was not a survivor. I was a newly forged instrument, and someone had just handed me my first task. The drip was still there in my memory, but now it was counting down to something new. I had graduated from the classroom of my captivity, and the final exam was about to begin. I spent the next 3 days learning everything I could about Julian Croft. It was a strange form of study, conducted from the plush silence of my father's library. I used his own secure Wi-Fi to access databases and shadow forums Silas had pointed me toward. I cross-referenced society gossip with financial records, building a profile not of the public man, but of the private one. His routines, his weaknesses, his fears. He had a fondness for a specific brand of imported cigar, a habit he indulged every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon at a private gentleman's club. He was terrified of elevators, a fact not widely known, which meant he always used the stairwell in his building, a concrete echo of my own past. His bodyguards were ex-military, professional, and alert, but their pattern was predictable, built on the assumption that threats would be loud and obvious. I met Silas again at the warehouse. I laid out my findings not as a student presenting to a teacher, but as a strategist presenting a plan. I explained the vulnerability of the stairwell, the precise timing of his cigar ritual, the psychological leverage of his claustrophobia. Silas listened, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he simply nodded. "The club," he said, "that's the place. It's a world you can enter without suspicion. My face is known in certain circles there. Yours is not." 2 days later, I was dressed in a simple, elegant black dress, my hair styled to look older. I carried a clutch that contained nothing but a lipstick and a single weighted key fob Silas had given me. The club was all dark wood and hushed tones, the air thick with the smell of old money and cigar smoke. My heart was not pounding with fear. It was beating a slow, steady rhythm of purpose. I saw Julian Croft almost immediately, holding court in a leather armchair by the fire, a cloud of smoke around his head like a corrupt halo. I did not look at him directly. I ordered a drink I did not drink at the bar, my posture conveying a quiet boredom. I was just another heiress waiting for a date who would never come. When Croft stood and excused himself, heading toward the private phone booths at the back of the club, I gave it a 30 count. Then I stood, letting my clutch accidentally fall open. The contents, including the key fob, spilled onto the floor near his chair. I made a show of being flustered, kneeling to gather my things. His bodyguard took a step forward, his eyes scanning me, but he saw only a clumsy socialite. As I stood, my hand brushed against the underside of Croft's armchair. The key fob, now devoid of its weight, was gone from my hand. A minute later, I was in a taxi, heading away from the club. It was not a bomb or a listening device. It was a simple, powerful magnet securing a single, typewritten note to the springs under his seat. The note contained one line, a piece of information so private, so damning, that only one other person in the world could have known it. It was the proof that his insulation had failed, that the walls of his fortress were paper. It was the first move, a quiet demonstration of reach and knowledge. The next morning, Silas called me on a disposable phone. His voice held a new note, something akin to respect. "It's done. The money has been transferred. He won't be a problem again." He paused. "He's a broken man. He thinks a ghost has come for him." I ended the call and looked out the window of my bedroom. The sun was shining on the manicured lawn. Downstairs, my father was reading the newspaper, content in the belief that his daughter was finally healing. He had no idea that the ghost was living under his own roof. The emptiness inside me was finally, blessedly, beginning to fill. It was not with light or happiness, but with a cold, clean sense of function. I had turned the poison I was forced to drink into a serum. I was no longer just a student of the dark. I had become a practitioner. The silence in my father's house grew more profound, a placid lake beneath which I now moved like a deep-sea predator. I continued the charade of recovery, attending therapy and family dinners, my performance flawless. My father's relief was a palpable, almost suffocating force. He saw the color returning to my cheeks, the calmness in my demeanor, and believed his money and protection had won. He never suspected they had merely funded my transformation. Silas became my only real connection. Our meetings were sparse and conducted with operational precision, always at the warehouse or on encrypted lines. He provided the clients, the targets, the financial architecture that made the transactions vanish. I provided the strategy, the access, and the psychological insight. We were a partnership founded on a mutual understanding of the world's hidden fractures. He never asked why I did it, and I never offered an explanation. The work was the explanation. Our next subject was a woman, a corporate raider who specialized in dismantling family-owned companies, stripping their assets, and leaving communities in ruins. Her name was Eleanor Vance. Her sin, according to Silas's client, a collective of former employees she had ruined, was not just greed, but a particular cruelty, a delight in the destruction she wrought. She was untouchable, shielded by a phalanx of lawyers and a reputation for ruthlessness that intimidated the press. This required a different approach, a social one. Eleanor was a patron of the arts, a collector of modern paintings that were as cold and abstract as she was. A gala for the city's new contemporary art museum was coming up. My father's name, of course, was on the donor list. I asked him if I could accompany him, citing a newfound interest in art. His delight was almost painful to witness. The night of the gala, I wore a dress the color of wine and a smile that was a perfect, polished shield. I moved through the crowd, a ghost in plain sight. I saw Alina across the room, holding a flute of champagne and holding court. Her eyes were sharp, intelligent, and utterly devoid of warmth. I didn't approach her. Instead, I found the curator, a nervous man eager to please his wealthy benefactors. I spoke to him about the pressures of his position, the difficulty of securing loans for certain exhibits, the subtle ways a museum's reputation could be undermined by whispers and rumor. I was sympathetic, understanding. I was one of them. A week later, a meticulously sourced anonymous dossier landed in the inbox of a notoriously tenacious journalist. It did not contain financial crimes, those were too well hidden. It contained personal ones, the plagiarism in her late husband's acclaimed novel, which she had covered up, the illegitimate child she had paid to have adopted and never acknowledged. It was an attack on her legacy, the narrative she had built for herself. The story broke like a thunderclap in the society pages. Her impeccable reputation, the source of much of her power and invincibility, began to crumble. The board of her company asked for her resignation within the month. I watched the fallout from a distance, through news alerts and whispered gossip at charity luncheons. I felt no triumph, only a cold satisfaction. It was cleaner than Croft, more elegant. It was proof that the sharpest weapons were not guns or knives, but the secrets people thought they had buried. Silas met me at the warehouse after the news of her resignation became public. He handed me a slim device, a secure tablet. On it was a single number, my share of the fee. It was more money than most people would see in a lifetime. "They never see you coming, do they?" he said, not a question, but a statement of fact. I looked around the warehouse at the stark beam of light cutting through the darkness. "They ray looking for monsters under the bed," I replied. "They don't expect one to be pouring their champagne." He was silent for a moment, then he gestured to the tablet. "This is more than a job now. This is a business, our business. There are others who need our particular services." I knew what he was offering, a partnership in truth, not just a freelancer, but a co-architect. I looked at my reflection in the dark screen of the tablet. The eyes that looked back were the ones from the concrete room, but they were no longer just seeing the darkness. They were shaping it. I had started by reclaiming the power that was taken from me, but now I was building a new kind of empire from its foundations. "Send me the next file," I said. He nodded, a slow, final gesture. The student was gone. The ghost had become a force. The drip was still there, but its rhythm had changed. It was no longer a countdown or a memory. It was the steady, patient sound of a foundation being laid, one drop at a time. The next file was not a person, but a system. A shadowy investment firm that specialized in buying up medical debt, not to collect it, but to use it as leverage. They would identify individuals with large, debilitating hospital bills, then offer to erase the debt in exchange for favors. These weren't simple favors. They were acts of corporate espionage, small acts of sabotage, or the turning of a blind eye. The firm, called Viridian Gate, was eroding the fabric of several tech and pharmaceutical companies, one coerced soul at a time. Silas's client was a collective of security chiefs from these targeted companies. They couldn't move openly without exposing their own vulnerabilities. This was a different kind of war. It wasn't about breaking one person, it was about dismantling a machine. I spent weeks mapping the digital and human network of Viridian Gate. They were ghosts, operating through encrypted channels and shell corporations. Their strength was their anonymity. That would also be their weakness. The key was their payment system. The favors were coordinated through a secure, invitation-only dark web forum. Access was biometric, tied to a key individual. We identified him as the architect, a reclusive programmer named Leo. He never left his highly secured apartment. He was the lock. But every lock has a key. Leo had one vice, one point of contact with the real world. He was a passionate, almost obsessive fan of a specific indie comic book artist. He owned every issue, every rare sketch. The artist was having a small, private signing at a boutique shop in the city. It was the only event Leo was known to have attended in years. I couldn't go as myself. My face was still too clean, too associated with a world of charity galas. I needed to be someone else. Silas procured the identity of a freelance art blogger, complete with a small but legitimate online presence. I dressed in clothes that were intentionally quirky, wore glasses with plain lenses, and carried a bag filled with art supplies and a tablet. The shop was crowded, filled with the quiet hum of fandom. I saw Leo immediately. He was huddled in a corner, clutching a portfolio, his eyes darting nervously. He looked like a man who spent his life in the dark, unaccustomed to the light. I didn't approach him. I approached the artist. I asked intelligent questions about his use of negative space, his influences. I was knowledgeable, respectful. I took notes on my tablet. When the line died down, I engaged the artist in a longer conversation, and I made sure Leo could overhear. I spoke about the vulnerability of artists, how their work was their soul, and how the digital world made it so easy to steal, to corrupt, to exploit. I phrased it as a shared concern. I saw Leo flinch. I had found the pressure point. He wasn't just afraid of physical threats, he was afraid of his passion being defiled. As I was leaving, I accidentally bumped into Leo's table, sending his portfolio spilling to the floor. I was profusely apologetic, helping him gather the precious pages. As I handed him a rare, hand-colored cover, our fingers brushed, and in that moment a small, custom-made USB drive, thinner than a coin, was transferred from my palm to his. It was designed to look like a promotional item for the artist, something he would naturally take home. The drive didn't steal data, it did something more subtle. Once plugged in, it created a ghost partition on his machine, a hidden backdoor that bypassed the biometric lock. It didn't give us control, it gave us a seat at the table. From the warehouse, Silas and I watched as our access opened. We didn't destroy Viridian Gate, we subverted it. We subtly altered the commands, redirecting the favors into useless or self-sabotaging tasks. We planted seeds of paranoia in the forum, making the operators think they were being betrayed from within. Within a month, the network of Viridian Gate collapsed under the weight of its own suspicion and misfiring schemes. Standing in the warehouse after it was over, Silas looked at me, his head tilted. You didn't just break the lock, you convinced the lock to dismantle itself. I looked into the hard, white light. I had started by confronting individuals, then systems. I was no longer just a practitioner of the dark. I was learning its architecture. The emptiness was not just filled now, it was expanding, a vast and silent capacity for understanding how things truly worked. The world was a series of interlocking systems, and I was learning to turn the key in every one. The silence after Viridian Gate was different. It wasn't the quiet of a job completed, but the deep, resonant silence of a fundamental shift. I had moved a piece of the world, and the board looked different. Silas began referring to our work as applied pressure. We didn't break bones, we adjusted the tectonic plates upon which people built their lives. The next client was not a collective or a corporation. It was a single, unassuming man who met us in the warehouse, his hands trembling slightly. His name was David, and his daughter had vanished into a self-improvement cult called the Clarion Foundation. They were slick, legal, and psychologically brutal. They used isolation, sleep deprivation, and a process they called ego shedding to drain their members' bank accounts and sever their family ties. The police were useless. The foundation was protected by waivers and lawyers, and the fact that its members, once broken, would vehemently defend their captors. David had tried everything: deprogrammers, private investigators, even a desperate attempt to grab his daughter from a public outing. Each failure only drove her deeper into the Clarion fold. He had sold his house to pay Silas's retainer. His was not a desire for revenge, but a raw, desperate need for restoration. This was not a system of finance or data. It was a system of belief, and that made it the most dangerous target yet. I couldn't hack a mind, I had to convince it to hack itself. I studied the Clarion Foundation's methods. Their leader, a man known as Orion, was a genius at identifying vulnerability and offering a counterfeit sense of purpose. His followers didn't just obey him, they adored him. To break his hold, I had to become a more appealing source of truth. I became Maya, a seeker. I used a portion of my earnings to craft a flawless, moneyed background of spiritual ennui. I attended an introductory Clarion seminar, my eyes wide with a practiced, hungry sincerity. I was exactly the kind of recruit they prized, young, affluent, and adrift. I allowed myself to be swept into their world. I attended their workshops, I spoke their language, I felt the seductive pull of their absolute certainty. It was like stepping back into my concrete room, but this time the walls were made of smiles and soothing voices. I understood the appeal completely. I knew I couldn't get to Orion directly. He was too insulated by his inner circle. The key was his second in command, a woman named Anya. She was the gatekeeper, the one who vetted new members for true commitment. I focused all my energy on her. I was the perfect disciple, but with a subtle, unshakable core of independence that I knew she would find intriguing. I asked questions that bordered on heresy, but were framed in a language of deep devotion. I became her project. During a private counseling session, I confided in her, a fabricated story about a trust fund that was being withheld by a controlling family, a story designed to mirror the financial control the Clarion exerted. I saw the avaricious gleam in her eye, carefully masked as spiritual concern. This was the crack. I began feeding her information, tiny morsels, about my fictional family's attempts to sabotage my awakening. I made them seem paranoid, controlling, exactly like the enemies the Clarion always warned against. Then I gave her the masterstroke. I told her my family had hired a disgraced former Clarion member to deprogram me. I gave her a name, a man who didn't exist, but whose profile I had meticulously built online. I knew their protocol was to immediately isolate and re-educate any member facing such a threat. But I twisted the narrative. I suggested timidly that perhaps this was an opportunity. What if we could turn this agent? What if we could feed him false information, use him to mislead my family and protect the Clarion? Anya was captivated. It was a more sophisticated, more powerful game than simple isolation. She took the idea to Orion. With Silas pulling the strings from the outside, we created the digital ghost of this deprogrammer. He made contact. He was convincing, sympathetic. He began feeding intelligence back to Anya and Orion, intelligence that subtly sowed doubt. It started small hints that certain members of the inner circle were skimming funds, that a rival group was planning a smear campaign. The architecture of the Clarion was built on absolute trust in Orion. We were introducing a single, corrosive element of suspicion at its very core. The collapse, when it came, was swift and violent. Anya, fearing she was about to be purged in a paranoid sweep, confronted Orion. The argument, overheard by other senior members, shattered the myth of their unified purpose. The foundation of belief crumbled into a squabble over money and power. In the ensuing chaos, the members, including David's daughter, were temporarily neglected, the constant pressure of their shedding finally released. David, alerted by Silas, was there to collect his dazed and confused child as she wandered out of the compound, looking for the first time in years like herself. I shed the identity of Maya in the warehouse, the fancy clothes feeling like a costume now. Silas handed me a drink, a real one. We didn't speak, we didn't need to. I had not just extracted a victim. I had dissolved a prison from the inside using the very material of which it was built. I had turned their certainty into doubt, their faith into fear. I looked at my reflection in the dark window. The ghost was gone. In its place was an architect. And I was just beginning to understand the scale of the structures I could now design. The drink was cheap whiskey, its burn a grounding sensation in a world that felt increasingly fluid. Silas finally broke the silence. They build these structures thinking they're unique, but they all have the same blueprints, a weak point, a crack. I swirled the amber liquid in the glass. It's not about finding the crack anymore. It's about understanding the material well enough to create one. He nodded, a slow, grim approval in his eyes. Then you're ready for the account. He didn't mean a bank account. He meant a client roster, a curated list of the wronged and the vengeful, each with a problem that couldn't be solved by conventional means. It was an offering of permanence, a testament to the empire I was building in the shadows. I gave a single, sharp nod. The first name on the list was a surprise. Not a corporate titan or a cult leader, but a city councilwoman named Isabel Reyes. Her file was thin. She was fighting the development of a new waste processing plant in a low-income neighborhood. The company behind it, Apex Disposal, had deep pockets and deeper political connections. The usual avenues of protest and legal challenges had hit a wall. The file noted that Reyes' teenage son, Mateo, had recently been arrested on a fabricated drug charge that was mysteriously dropped after Reyes agreed to reconsider her position. She hadn't. She had found Sila's. This wasn't about breaking a person or a system of belief. It was about breaking a momentum, the inexorable grind of money and power that treated people as obstacles. Apex Disposal was a machine, and its gears were politicians, lawyers, and public perception. I started with the politicians. Apex's influence was woven through the city council, a web of favors and campaign contributions. I couldn't attack them directly. Instead, I gave them a more pressing problem. Using a network of digital ghosts, I had a series of seemingly unconnected scandals break out among their ranks. A leaked email about an extramarital affair, questionable expenses for a fact-finding trip to a tropical island. The scandals were minor, but they were loud and public. The council members, suddenly fighting for their own political lives, had no appetite for a contentious vote on a waste plant. Apex's political shield began to crumble. Next, the lawyers. The firm representing Apex was known for its aggressive, borderline ethical tactics. I discovered they were also representing a client in a bitter patent dispute. I anonymously fed their opponent's legal team the firm's entire playbook for Apex, revealing their strategy and key expert witnesses. The resulting chaos and conflict of interest forced the firm to drop Apex as a client, setting their legal defense back by months. Finally, public perception. Apex's entire proposal relied on a slick PR campaign portraying them as environmentally conscious innovators. I went to the warehouse and with Sila's hardware created a deepfake video. It wasn't of a person, but of a river. Using publicly available footage of the pristine river near the proposed site, I engineered a hyper-realistic simulation of the same river, now running with a sickly, chemical green. I tagged it with Apex's own logo and the words Apex Assurance. I then leaked it not to the news, but to a popular environmental meme page. It went viral. The video was quickly debunked as a fake, but the seed was planted. The phrase Apex Assurance became a cynical joke online, and their real PR campaign now had to fight against a phantom of their own making. The vote was canceled. The project was shelved indefinitely. Councilwoman Reyes never knew who helped her. She sent a message through Sila's, a simple thank you. It was the first gratitude I had received since I started, and it felt alien. I hadn't done it for thanks. I had done it because the machine was there, and I had learned how to make it jam. I stood in the warehouse, the silence now a familiar companion. I had manipulated systems of politics, law, and public opinion without ever showing my face. The drip of water was still there, a metronome in the dark, but I no longer just heard the drops. I was the one directing the flow, guiding each one to erode the stone, to change the course of the river. I was no longer an architect of ruin, but a sculptor of silence, carving out spaces where the powerless could, for a moment, breathe. The silence in the warehouse felt earned, a tangible result, but Sila's shattered it with a single sheet of paper placed on the workbench without ceremony. It was a bank statement, my share of the earnings from the last several jobs. The number was staggering, more money than I had ever possessed. It was a foundation of a different kind. Power is a tool, Silas said, his voice a low rumble. So is this. The question is what you build with it. I didn't touch the statement. The money was abstract, a score in a game I was only just learning the rules of. The real currency was the silence, the leverage, the knowing. But Silas was right. Anonymity required resources. A ghost needed a haunt. I used a fraction of it to create Alina Vance, a reclusive venture capitalist with a taste for distressed assets and a complete disinterest in public life. Her identity was a fortress, layered with shell companies and a legal framework crafted by the best and most discreet of the professionals Silas knew. I purchased a nondescript building in a forgotten part of the city, not to live in, but to operate from. The top floor became a new warehouse, a cleaner, more efficient version of the first. The rest of the building was empty, a buffer of silence. The next name on the list was a whisper, a rumor given form by a desperate mother in Geneva. Her husband, a physicist named Dr. Kale, had been working on a theoretical energy model. He vanished along with his research after a private symposium. The official story was that he had sold his work and retired. The mother knew better. The company that had courted him, Omnicore, was a tech giant with a benign public face and a history of absorbing talent and innovations by any means necessary. This was a new kind of system, a corporate intelligence apparatus so sophisticated it made Viridian Gate look like amateurs. They hadn't just coerced Kale, they had disappeared him. His research was likely being reverse-engineered in a black site lab, and he was either a willing prisoner or a dead man. We couldn't attack Omnicore from the outside. Their digital defenses were a mile high. The only way in was through the human element, the one piece of their operation that had to touch the outside world: supply. Every secret lab needed equipment, specialized components that couldn't be acquired through normal channels without raising flags. I became a supplier. Using the Alina Vance identity and a significant portion of my new wealth, I acquired a struggling but legitimate aerospace parts manufacturer. I then began a targeted campaign to acquire the very specific, hard-to-find components a theoretical energy lab would require. I made my company the most reliable, discreet, and technically capable source for these rare items. I was building a pipe directly to my target, and I was making sure I was the only one who controlled the valve. It took 3 months. An order came in from a shell corporation with ties to an Omnicore subsidiary. The components were a perfect match for Kale's theorized reactor design. The delivery address was a remote compound in the Scottish Highlands. I didn't send the components, I sent myself. The delivery was a complex ballet of logistics and identity. I was the lead engineer, required for the sensitive installation. The van was loaded with the real components, but also with scanning equipment and a non-lethal arsenal. Silas was in my ear, a calm presence from the new warehouse, his screens showing satellite feeds and the compound's weak network traffic. The compound was stark, modern, and silent. The security was tight, but it was designed to keep people out, not to suspect the people they had invited in. I was escorted to the lab by a tight-lipped technician, and there he was, Dr. Kale. He was thinner, paler, but his eyes held a fierce, unbroken light. He was a prisoner, but his mind was still his own. Our eyes met across the sterile room. He saw something in me, the same thing the student had seen in the concrete room years ago, a force. I gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. The technician was distracted, checking the shipment manifest. The extraction wasn't a fight, it was a misdirection. While I pretended to troubleshoot a faulty core component, a localized EMP device hidden in the casing discharged, frying the compound's internal security and communication systems. In the resulting confusion, Kale and I simply walked out the way I had come in, 2 more panicked technicians fleeing a malfunction. We were 10 miles away before the compound's emergency protocols even fully activated. I delivered Dr. Kale to a safe house where his wife and child were waiting. I didn't stay for the reunion. The job was done. The system had been defeated not by breaking its walls, but by becoming part of its plumbing. Back in the new warehouse, the air was cool and still. Sila's was gone, leaving only a single light on over the central bench. The bank statement was still there, the number now feeling less abstract. It was a resource, a tool for the next design. I looked at the empty space around me, this new foundation I had built for my ghost. The drip of water was gone, replaced by the nearly silent hum of climate control and servers. I had traded a leaking pipe for absolute silence. And in that silence, I could finally hear the true scale of the work ahead. The world was full of machines that needed to be unbuilt, and I had just built the perfect wrench. Story 4. The silence in the town square was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a thick, muffling blanket laid over the world. It was the kind of silence that comes after a great noise has torn the air, a distortion that rings in the ears more sharply than any scream. I stood there, boots planted on the sun-warmed concrete, and felt that silence press against my skin. It was a lyre-esque silence. It pretended the world was whole, but it could not hide the lingering scent of cordite, a ghost of bitter almonds and burnt metal, or the way the light caught on the tiny, glittering shards of a shattered storefront window. It was the silence of a stage after the actors have fallen and the audience has fled, and only the echoes of the tragedy remain, seeping into the cracks in the pavement. They had a man in custody already. His name was Leo Voss, and they found him in a rented room above the hardware store, a civilian-grade hunting rifle on the floor beside him, its barrel still warm. 3 people were dead: a woman named Sarah Jennings, who had been buying flowers from a stall; an old man, Arthur McReady, sitting on his usual bench; a boy, barely 17, named Kyle. The town of Cedar Bluff, a place that had previously made the news only for its annual apple festival, was now a scar on a map, a name whispered on cable news with a kind of grim fascination. I was not supposed to be here. My name is Dylan, and my war was supposed to be over. I came home with a set of skills that had no place in the quiet order of civilian life, a mind trained to see patterns in chaos, and a stillness in my soul that nothing seemed to shake. I was a ghost haunting my own life, but the sister of the boy, Kyle, she found me. Her eyes were raw, red-rimmed pools of a grief so fresh it was almost violent. She did not believe the story. She pressed a folded envelope of cash into my hand, her fingers trembling. "He was just a boy," she whispered, the words tearing at the distorted silence. "They were saying it was just some madman. It doesn't feel right." So I stayed. I rented a room at the edge of town with a view of the square, a room that smelled of old carpet and dust. I became a student of the silence. I learned its contours. In the mornings, the square would try to reclaim its normalcy. The flower stall reopened, though no one bought from it. The bench where Arthur McReady died was repainted a cheerful, obscene yellow, but the silence was always there underneath, a current of dread. I watched the people. I saw the way they hurried across the open space, shoulders hunched, as if expecting another impact. The fear was a taste in the air, coppery and sharp. The first time I saw Leo Voss, it was through the one-way glass of the county jail. He was a small man, pale, with delicate hands that fluttered like wounded birds. He did not look like a killer. He looked like a man who had been broken long before a rifle was ever placed in his hands. The prosecutor, Jada Thorne, stood beside me, her arms crossed. She was a sculpture of determination, carved from dark wood and polished steel. Her suit was impeccable, her gaze direct and unforgiving. "It is an open and shut case, Mr. Dillon," she said, her voice cool and precise. "The weapon, the location, witnesses who saw him acting erratically, he has confessed." "Has he?" I asked, my eyes still on Voss. He was rocking slightly back and forth, a slow, metronomic rhythm. "In a manner of speaking. He says he doesn't remember, but he doesn't deny it. He says he has blackouts." I turned to look at her. Convenient. The facts are not convenient, they are simply facts. She met my gaze, and I saw a flicker of something behind her professional armor. Not doubt, perhaps, but a recognition of the messiness of it all. The town needs closure. The families need justice. They need the truth, I said. The truth is that 3 people are dead, and the man who pulled the trigger is in that room. But the pieces did not fit, the angles were wrong. A civilian, even an erratic one with a scoped hunting rifle, does not achieve that kind of grouping from a 4th-story window under stress. The shots were too clean, too clinical. Sarah Jennings through the heart, Arthur McReady through the head, the boy Kyle a perfect shot to the center mass. It was the work of a professional, someone for whom the chaos of a panicking crowd was just background noise. I had known men like that. I had been a man like that. I began to walk the town at night, my footsteps the only sound in the empty streets, echoing once more against the brick facades. The silence was my companion. I found the alley behind the hardware store. The dumpster there smelled of rotting fruit and something else, something chemical and faint. And there, glinting in the beam of my flashlight, was a shell casing, not from a hunting rifle. .308 Winchester, military grade. It was clean, polished, as if it had been carefully placed. A single, silent scream in the distorted quiet. I showed it to Jada Thorne the next day, laying it on her polished oak desk. It sat there, a small piece of brass that threatened to unravel her perfect case. "Where did you get this?" she asked, her voice dangerously low. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that your man's rifle is a .3006. This isn't from his gun. There was a second shooter." She picked up the casing, rolled it between her fingers. "This proves nothing. It could have been there for weeks. It could be from a hunter." In an alley behind a hardware store in the town center. I shook my head. "You don't believe that." She was silent for a long time, the only sound the soft tap of the casing as she set it back on the desk. "What are you suggesting?" "I am not suggesting anything. I am telling you that the story you ray telling is wrong. Leo Voss is a patsy. He has a fragile soul who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and someone made him for the perfect fall guy." The investigation, my quiet, solitary one, became a spiral. I found a witness, a homeless woman who slept in a doorway 2 blocks over. She spoke in a rasp, her words flavored with cheap wine. She saw a van, a plain, dark van, parked near the square that morning. She saw a man get out, a tall man carrying a long bag like for a musical instrument. He moved, she said, like water, smooth and sure. She didn't see his face. Then 2 nights later, she disappeared. The doorway where she slept was empty, just a rumpled blanket and the lingering smell of fear. The local police called it a relocation. They said she was probably just moving on, but I knew. The silence had swallowed her. I felt the pressure then, the subtle, inexorable weight of the machine turning its gears against me. My motel room was tossed. Not violently, not obviously, but things were moved. A drawer was a centimeter off. The dust on the windowsill was disturbed. It was a message, a whisper in the silence. "We are here. We are watching. Stop." I went back to see Leo Voss. He was more hollowed out than before, his eyes like dark pits. "They tell me I did it," he mumbled, not looking at me. "They are very kind. They bring me food. They say it will be easier if I just remember." "Do you want to remember, Leo?" He finally looked up, and the terror in his eyes was a living thing. "I remember a sound, like a firecracker, but deeper, and then another, and people were screaming. I remember the smell, like the air was burning." "What about before? Did you see anyone? A van, a man with a bag?" He shook his head, a frantic, jerky motion. "I was just going to my room. I was tired. A man bumped into me. He was very strong. He apologized." Leo's hand went to his chest, absently. He helped me up. His hands were very clean. The man with clean hands, the detail lodged in my mind, a splinter. I started to see him everywhere, this phantom. In the way a businessman held his briefcase, in the posture of a man getting into a car across the street. The conspiracy was not a monster hiding in a cave. It was a virus in the bloodstream of the town, in the system itself. It was in the way the police chief, a man named Davies, averted his eyes when I asked about the shell casing. It was in the sudden unavailability of the security camera footage from the bank on the square due to a supposed system malfunction. The monotony of the cover-up was its own rhythm, a lullaby of corruption. The note always folded the same way, the footsteps echoing once more in the empty hallways of power. Jada Thorne became my reluctant ally. The shell casing had planted a seed in her, a seed of professional doubt that grew into a personal obsession. We met in secret, in a diner on the highway, a place of sticky vinyl and bitter coffee. Chief Davies signed off on the evidence log, she said, her voice low. He logged the rifle, the ammunition from Voss's room, but the initial report from the first officer on the scene mentioned a second smell of gunpowder from the roof of the post office. That note never made it into the official file. The post office, I repeated. It had a flat, tarred roof, a perfect sightline to the square, a professional nest. There's more, she said, leaning forward. The fluorescent light glinted off her dark eyes. The victims. Sarah Jennings was a clerk, but she was also a whistleblower about to testify in a federal case against Omnicorp, a defense contractor, for procurement fraud. Arthur McReady was a retired accountant. He did the books for the town for 30 years. He was asking questions about some discretionary funds that had gone missing. The boy, Kyle, his father, is a union organizer at the Omnicorp plant just outside of town. The pieces clicked into place, cold and hard. This was not a random act of violence. It was a culling, a surgical strike disguised as chaos. Remove 3 problems with 3 bullets and let a convenient madman take the fall. The true mastermind was not a person. It was an entity, a system with a balance sheet and a limitless capacity for cruelty. It was the power that owned the police, the politicians, and the silence. We decided to force their hand. Jada would go public with a motion to dismiss the case against Voss, citing new evidence of a second shooter. It was a dangerous play. It would paint a target on her back. My role was to get to the roof of the post office before they could sanitize it completely. That night, the silence in the town square was different. It was a waiting silence. The air was cold and a fog was rolling in from the river, blurring the edges of the buildings, swallowing the stars. I used a fire escape on the adjacent building, my movements economical and silent, the way I had been taught in another life. The metal was cold and wet under my gloves. I hopped the gap to the post office roof, landing softly on the gritty tar paper. I swept my flashlight beam across the surface. It was clean, too clean. But in the far corner, wedged against a low parapet, I found it, a single spent .308 casing, identical to the one ID found in the alley. They had missed one. It was my chess piece, my checkmate. A voice cut through the fog, calm and conversational. I knew you'd find it, a man of your diligence. I turned slowly. Chief Davies stood there out of uniform, holding a pistol fitted with a long black suppressor. Beside him was the man from my imagination given form, tall, broad-shouldered, with a placid, empty face, the henchman, the one with the clean hands. "It's over, Davies," I said, my voice steady. The soldier in me was awake now, every sense heightened. I could smell the river fog, the oil on his gun, the faint scent of his cologne. "It's never over," Davies said, almost sadly. "It just changes shape. You think this is about one town, one little massacre. This is about equilibrium. The town was getting unstable. Agitators, whistleblowers. We restored balance. We gave them a monster they could understand, and in return they get to keep their jobs, their pensions, their quiet little lives. It's a transaction." "You killed a boy," I said, the words like stones in my mouth. "Collateral damage," said the tall man. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, a tool speaking. "Omnicorp can't afford any more bad press," Davies continued, "and neither can the people they employ, like the mayor, like the state attorney, like me." He raised the pistol. "You and Miss Thorne, you lay the last loose threads." The world slowed, the fog seemed to thicken, the silence compressing into a single crystalline point. I saw the subtle shift in the tall man's weight, the micro-expression that meant he was going for his own weapon. I was already moving. My own gun, a compact 9 I carried from my old life, was in my hand. 2 shots, fast, precise. The sound was a muffled thump-thump, swallowed by the suppressor in the fog. The tall man crumpled, a dark shape dissolving into the darker roof. Davies stared, his mouth open in shock. He had underestimated the ghost he was trying to kill. He was a bureaucrat of death, not a practitioner. I didn't give him a chance to correct his error. I closed the distance, my left hand deflecting his gun arm as my right drove the butt of my pistol into his temple. He went down without a sound, joining the silence he had helped to create. I stood there breathing in the cold, metallic air. The 2 men lay at my feet. The casing was in my pocket. I had the truth. I had the evidence. I had won. And yet, as I looked down at them, I felt nothing. No triumph, no justice, only a vast, hollow emptiness. I thought of Leo Voss, broken in his cell. I thought of Jada Thorne, who would use this to burnish her career. I thought of the boy Kyle, whose life was worth less than a corporate balance sheet. I had stopped one part of the machine, but the machine was vast, and it would replace these broken cogs without a second thought. The silence would return, a different distortion, but a distortion nonetheless. I did not wait for the police. I did not wait for Jada. I walked down the fire escape, my footsteps the only sound in the alley. I got into my car and drove away from Cedar Bluff. In my rearview mirror, the town lights blurred and vanished into the fog. I had the truth in my pocket, a small piece of cold, hard brass, but I knew it would change nothing. The real monsters were not the men with the guns. They were the ideas that made the guns necessary, the quiet, comfortable lies that people chose to believe. I drove until the sun began to bleed into the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruise and fire. I pulled over on the shoulder of a long, empty road, got out, and threw the shell casing into a deep, weed-choked ditch. It disappeared without a sound. I stood for a moment, watching the light change, feeling the immense, indifferent silence of the world settle around me. Then I got back in the car and drove, leaving the case, the town, and its unanswered questions behind me. There was no resolution, only the road ahead and the long, quiet echo of what I had done and what I had failed to do. The war was over, but the silence remained, and I was still a ghost moving through it. The car ate up the miles, the hum of the tires a monotonous prayer. I didn't know where I was going. There was no home to return to, no life waiting in the wings. There was just the next town, the next anonymous motel room, the next stretch of empty road. I found a cheap place 100 miles away, a box with thin walls and a buzzing neon sign that cast a sickly glow through the blinds. I slept for 14 hours, a dead, dreamless sleep. When I woke, the silence in the room was my own. It was not the liar's silence of Cedar Bluff. It was the silence of a vacuum, of a soul stripped bare. I turned on the television. The news was a distant murmur from another world. There was no mention of Cedar Bluff, of a corrupt police chief, of a conspiracy unraveled. There was only weather and sports and the cheerful banter of morning show hosts. I switched it off. The silence returned, heavier than before. A week passed, then another. I paid for the room in cash, kept to myself, and spoke to no one. I was a rock sinking into the deep, the ripples of my actions fading to nothing. One afternoon, in a diner that smelled of grease and coffee, I saw a discarded newspaper. It was a regional paper, a day old. The story was on page 6, a small column. Cedar Bluff Police Chief resigns amid review of evidence procedures. The article was vague, citing personal reasons and a desire to spend more time with his family. It mentioned that the case against Leo Voss was under review by the state attorney's office. There was no mention of a second shooter, of a dead operative on a roof, of me. The machine had absorbed the shock and corrected its course. It was cleaner, more efficient than I had ever been. I left the diner and walked. The sun was bright, the day was normal. People went about their business, their faces smooth with uncomplicated concerns. I watched them and felt a chasm open between us, a gulf of knowing. They lived in the world of the lie, the comfortable, curated silence. I lived in the truth, and the truth was a desolate place. My phone, a cheap burner, vibrated in my pocket. I hadn't given the number to anyone. I answered. It was Jada Thorne. Her voice was different. The polished steel was still there, but it was now layered with a new, weary authority. Dylan. How did you find me? It wasn't difficult. You're a creature of habit, even in exile. She paused. It's done. Voss has been released. He's been moved to a state psychiatric facility. He'll get the help he needs for what it's worth. And you? I've been appointed interim county prosecutor. Chief Davies' sudden retirement created a power vacuum. I almost laughed. She had used the chaos, the blood on the roof, as a stepping stone. She was inside the machine now, a new, sharper cog. Congratulations. Don't, she said, and for a moment the weariness won. It's not a victory, it's a containment, but it's something, it's order. We were both silent for a moment, listening to the static on the line, the vast distance between us. He asked about you, she said finally. Leo, he said to tell you thank you. He said he remembers the man with the clean hands now. He remembers because the man smelled like mint. The detail was so specific, so human, it felt like a punch. I saw the tall man again, his placid face, the scent of mint on his breath as he helped a fragile man to his feet before setting him up for a fall. What will you do now? Jada asked. I looked down the long, straight street ahead of me, vanishing into the heat haze. I'll keep moving. I could use someone with your perspective, she said, the offer hanging in the air between us. A return to the world, a purpose. No, I said, you can't. I ended the call and took the battery out of the phone. I dropped the pieces into separate trash cans on different blocks. The connection was severed. I was alone again with the silence. I got into my car and started the engine. The road ahead was empty. There were other towns, other cedar bluffs, other lies festering under a quiet surface. I knew I would not stop for them. I had thought my war was over, but I was wrong. The war was everywhere and nowhere, and my role was not to fight it, but to bear witness to its aftermath, to carry the weight of the true, terrible silence within me. I was not a hero. I was not a savior. I was a ghost, and this was my haunting. I drove on. The mint, it was the detail that wouldn't leave. It was a scent of freshness, of cleanliness masking the rot. It was the perfect, trivial signature of a man who viewed human beings as problems to be solved. I found myself in the soap aisle of a grocery store 2 states away, staring at a row of mint-scented body wash, my hands trembling with a cold, useless rage. The money was running low. The cash ID pulled before Cedar Bluff was a finite resource, and the car drank gas like it was water. I took a job under the table at a warehouse loading trucks. The work was mindless, physical, and for a few hours a day it allowed me to not think. I was just a pair of hands, a back, a set of legs. I used a fake name, Mike, and spoke to no one. The other workers, men with their own reasons for being in a place like that, left me alone. They sensed the wall around me, the quiet that was different from mere shyness. At night in my latest rented room, the silence would press in. It was no longer empty. It was filled with the faces I had left behind. Leo Voss in his sterile room, staring at a wall. Jada Thorne in her new office, learning to navigate the labyrinth she now commanded. The homeless woman whose name I never learned, swallowed by the earth. And the boy, Kyle, whose smile was now just a photograph in a drawer somewhere. I had told myself I was leaving it behind, but I was just carrying it with me in a different form. The shell casing was gone, but the weight of it was permanent. One evening after a double shift, I stopped at a bar. It was a dim, quiet place, not the kind where people went to get happy. I sat at the end of the counter and ordered a whiskey. The television was on, muted, showing a news channel. The chyron at the bottom of the screen caught my eye. Omnicorp secures major defense contract renewal. There was a shot of a smiling executive shaking hands with a senator. The business of the world went on, uninterrupted. The equilibrium, as Davies had called it, was maintained. The man on the stool next to me slid a $20 bill across the polished wood. Get yourself another. You look like you need it. I turned. He was older than me, with a weathered face and calm eyes that had seen too much. He wasn't a regular. He had the same stillness I recognized in myself. I'm fine, I said, pushing the bill back. He didn't pick it up. Suit yourself. He took a sip of his own drink. Rough day. Rough life, I said, the words out before I could stop them. He nodded as if I'd said something profound. Aren't they all? He finished his drink and stood, placing a business card on top of the 20. It was plain white with just a phone number printed in simple black type. If you ever get tired of loading trucks, Mike, give me a call. We have a different kind of cleanup crew. He walked out without a backward glance. I stared at the card. He knew my alias. He knew where I worked. The message was as clear as the one left in my motel room in Cedar Bluff, but this one was an invitation, not a warning. Another machine was looking for a cog. A different kind of silence was offering me a home. I left the money and the card on the bar, walked out into the cool night air, and got into my car. I sat there for a long time, the key in my hand, the engine off, suspended between the life I had fled and the one that was now, quietly, patiently, waiting for me to choose it. The road ahead was no longer empty. It had forked, and I was at the crossroads, the silence of each path a different shade of dark. The key felt cold and heavy in my hand. A choice. That was the one thing I thought I had left behind. The offer was a leash, even if it was a longer one than I had known before. It was a return to purpose, but a purpose defined by someone else. The man in the bar knew my name, my job. He represented a system just as powerful as the one in Cedar Bluff, just better at hiding its seams. They always found you. The only variable was what they wanted you to do. I started the car. I didn't drive toward the highway, back to the numbing rhythm of the road. Instead, I navigated the quiet, sleeping streets of this town I didn't know the name of until I found a payphone outside a shuttered laundromat. It was a relic, a monument to a time before burners and tracked movements. I fed it coins and dialed the number from memory. He answered on the first ring, no greeting, just waiting silence. "It's Mike," I said. I know his voice was calm, unsurprised. "I have conditions," I said. "No politics, no corporations. I'm not a cleaner for their mess." He was quiet for a moment. Understood, the work is specific. It involves creating narratives, but not the kind you're used to. We don't cover up, we expose. We create truths that are too loud to be ignored. It was a pretty speech, they always were, but the alternative was the warehouse, the whiskey, the slow erosion of self in a series of anonymous rooms. That was a death, too. At least this way I would be moving towards something, even if it was just another variety of shadow. "Where?" I asked. He gave me an address in a city 500 miles away. A hotel, a room number. "Be there by Thursday," he said, and the line went dead. I drove through the night. The road was different now. It had a destination. The silence in the car was no longer empty. It was the quiet of preparation. I was stepping back into the world not as a ghost, but as a tool to be wielded. I thought of Jada inside the machine, working for order. I was going to work for a different master, one who dealt in chaos. I didn't know which of us had chosen the more honorable path, or if such a thing even existed anymore. All I knew was that the hollow feeling inside me had been replaced by a cold, focused dread. It wasn't peace, but it was a feeling. It was something. And for now, that was enough to keep me driving toward the next sunrise and whatever lay beyond it. The hotel was a mid-range chain on the outskirts of a city that was all steel and glass, reflecting a sky the color of dull slate. I parked in a multi-story garage that smelled of damp concrete and exhaust, my movements automatic, my mind a blank slate. The room number was on the 7th floor. I took the stairs. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was generic, but the man from the bar was not. He sat at a small table, a laptop open in front of him. Another man, younger, with a sharp, intelligent face, stood by the window, looking down at the traffic. The older man gestured to the empty chair. "Mike, or do you prefer your real name?" "Dylan is fine," I said, sitting. The name felt foreign on my tongue, an artifact from a sunken world. "Dylan it is, I'm Arthur." He didn't offer a last name. "This is Ben. He handles our digital archaeology." Ben gave a curt nod, his eyes not leaving the screen of his tablet. Arthur closed his laptop. Your first assignment is a test, a small one. There's a man, a county commissioner 3 states over. He's about to approve a land rezoning that will let a waste management company dump industrial byproducts into a protected aquifer. The environmental impact reports have been falsified. The payoffs are well hidden. And our client, I asked, the old habit of assessing the chain of command kicking in. Arthur smiled, a thin, dry expression. We are the client, our mandate is the truth, our method is disruption. Your job is to make the commissioner change his mind. How? By any means short of physical harm. We have the falsified reports, we have bank transfer records, we have a recorded phone call. You will deliver this package to him in a way he cannot ignore. You will make him understand that his choice is between a graceful resignation or a very public ruin. He slid a thick envelope across the table. Everything you need is in here. I picked it up. It was heavy. It wasn't a gun, but it was a weapon. It felt familiar in my hands. He's a family man, Arthur said, watching me. Likes to think of himself as a pillar of the community. He plays golf every Saturday morning at a private club. He's alone in his cart by the 9th hole. That's your window. I stood, the envelope under my arm. It was a simple, clean operation, a piece of psychological warfare. It was everything I had told myself. I wanted a direct strike at a corrupt heart. No corporate overlords, no political puppeteers. But as I walked back to my car, the envelope felt like it was burning a hole through my jacket. I was no longer a ghost witnessing the silence. I had become an active voice in a new narrative. I was creating a different kind of silence, the silence of a ruined man, a disgraced family, a corrected vote. I was restoring a balance, just as Davies had said he was doing. The methods were cleaner, the cause felt purer, but the essential transaction was the same. I was applying pressure to maintain a different equilibrium. The road had forked, and I had chosen a path, but it was leading me back to the same cold, hard truth. There was no escape from the machine, only a choice of which lever to pull. I got in the car and placed the envelope on the passenger seat. I would do the job, and I would do it well. It was the only thing I knew how to do. The 9th hole was a long, sweeping par 5, a ribbon of emerald green cutting through a grove of ancient oaks. I waited in the trees, the envelope a stark white rectangle against the dark earth. The air was thick with the smell of cut grass and damp soil. I saw him then, Commissioner Evans, puttering along in his electric cart, a solitary figure in a too bright polo shirt. He was humming, a picture of suburban contentment, utterly unaware of the fault line about to open beneath his feet. He stopped his cart near the edge of the woods to line up his shot. I didn't move. I let him take his swing, a clean, practiced arc that sent the ball soaring down the fairway. He smiled to himself, a man pleased with his small victory. That was the moment. As he climbed back into the cart, I stepped out of the shadows and slid into the seat beside him. He jumped, his face a mask of startled indignation. What the hell, this is a private club. I placed the envelope on his lap. I think you'll want to review this before your vote on Tuesday, Robert. His eyes dropped to the envelope, then darted back to me, fear beginning to eclipse the anger. He knew. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew the nature of the thing in his lap. It was the shape of his own demise. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "I'm the consequence," I said, my voice flat and calm. "The choice is yours. A quiet retirement citing health reasons, or a very public, very detailed excavation of every transaction in that file. Your wife, your daughters, they'll hear all about the lake house you bought for your assistant." The color drained from his face. He looked old, suddenly, and very small. The confident golfer was gone, replaced by a terrified man cornered in his own kingdom of green. He didn't open the envelope. He just stared at it, his hands trembling. "I have people I can call," he said, but it was a weak bluff, the last twitch of a dying nerve. I'm sure you do, I said, but the people I represent, they're already inside your accounts, your phone records, your life. There's no one to call who can help you with this. I got out of the cart. The silence between us was absolute, broken only by the distant whir of another golf cart. It was the silence of a life being dismantled. I walked back into the trees without looking back. I had done it. I had applied the pressure, turned the screw. It was efficient. It was clean. As I drove away from the club, I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no righteousness, no pity. Just the hum of the engine and the cold certainty that Arthur had been right. This was a different kind of cleanup, and I was good at it. The ghost had found a new way to haunt. The city was a smear of light in my rearview mirror, another place I would never know. The job was done. By morning, Commissioner Evans would be drafting his resignation letter, his world neatly folded and put away. I had been a scalpel, not a bomb. It was a distinction I tried to hold on to as I drove through the night. Arthur contacted me 2 days later through a secure messaging app on a new phone he had waiting for me at a bus station locker. The message was brief. Asset extraction, Chicago, details to follow. There was no praise, no debriefing on the Evans job. The work was its own reward, the completion its own confirmation. The asset was a woman named Anya Sharma, a software engineer for a tech giant that held massive defense contracts. She had discovered a backdoor in a public safety network her company was building for 6 major cities, a vulnerability that could be used to track and potentially control every connected device on the grid. When she reported it, she was told to forget it. When she persisted, the whispers began, the subtle threats, the feeling of being watched. My job was to get her out to a safe house where she could tell her story to journalists Arthur had lined up. It was a noble cause, the kind that would have felt like a crusade in another life. I found her in a cramped apartment that smelled of cold coffee and fear. She was younger than I expected, with wide, intelligent eyes that darted to the window every few seconds. She had a single bag packed. "They're downstairs," she said, her voice tight. "A black sedan. They've been there for 2 hours." I walked to the window, keeping to the side. She was right. It was a classic box, 2 men sitting in the front seat, their postures radiating a bored menace. They were private security, the kind hired to intimidate, not to police. They were waiting for her to break, to make a run for it. "We're not going out the front," I said. I led her to the fire escape at the back of the building. It descended into a narrow alley cluttered with dumpsters. The air was cold and smelled of rotting food. We moved quickly, our footsteps echoing off the brick. We were almost to the mouth of the alley, where my car was parked a block away, when the 2 men from the sedan stepped into the light. They had anticipated us. The bigger one smiled. "Anya, your bosses are worried about you. Come on, let's take a ride." Anya froze, a small whimper escaping her lips. I stepped in front of her. "This doesn't concern you, friend," the man said, his smile fading. "Walk away." I didn't answer, I just watched him, my hands loose at my sides. The silence of the alley stretched, thick and heavy. He was used to people backing down. I was a blank wall. His partner started to move to the side, trying to flank us. It was over in seconds, a quick, brutal efficiency born of a different life. A disabling blow to the knee of the first man, a sharp, precise strike to the throat of the second. They fell, one screaming, the other gagging and clutching his neck. There was no grand fight, no drama, just the application of force, a problem solved. I turned to Anya. Her face was pale, her hand over her mouth. She was staring at me not with gratitude, but with a new, deeper fear. I was not her savior. I was just a different kind of danger. "Let's go," I said, my voice flat. I drove her to the safe house, a quiet suburban home with a light on the porch. She got out without a word, not looking back. I watched her go inside, then pulled away. I had done my job. The asset was secure. The truth would get out. But as I merged onto the highway, leaving Chicago behind, I saw only the look in Anya's eyes. It was the same look I had seen in the eyes of the people in Cedar Bluff, the look of someone realizing the world is not what they thought. I had crossed a line back in that alley. I had told Arthur no physical harm, but when the moment came, the old instincts, the clean, brutal efficiency had taken over. I was not just a messenger of consequences anymore. I was the consequence. The ghost had learned to touch the world again, and the touch was cold and hard. The road ahead was dark, and I was no longer sure if I was driving toward the light or simply deeper into the long, cold shadow I carried with me. The safe house was a day's drive away in a different time zone. I stopped only for gas, paying in cash, the routine a familiar anchor. The silence in the car was different now. It was filled with the echo of cartilage cracking, the memory of a gagging breath. I had told myself this path was cleaner, but my hands remembered the old work. They hadn't forgotten the feel of it. Arthur's next message came as I crossed a state line. The package is secure. The narrative is being written. Your performance was noted. There was no judgment in the words, only a simple acknowledgement. My violence was just another tool, another variable in the equation. I wondered if he had known it would come to that. I wondered if that was why he had chosen me. The new destination was a coastal city, the air tasting of salt and decay. My instructions were to wait. I rented a room by the week, a space with thin walls and a window that looked out onto a fire escape. I spent my days watching the gulls wheel against the gray sky and my nights listening to the distant hum of traffic. I was a gear again, waiting for the machine to engage me. A week passed, then another. The inaction was a different kind of erosion. The sharp focus I had felt after the golf course, the cold dread from the alley, both began to blur at the edges, replaced by a familiar numbness. I started taking long walks along the waterfront, past the tourist traps and the closed-up fish markets. I was just a man with too much time, a ghost haunting his own life. One afternoon I saw her. She was sitting on a bench, feeding scraps of bread to the gulls, Jada. She wore a simple trench coat, her hair shorter than I remembered, but her posture was the same, utterly composed, a rock in the stream. She didn't look at me as I approached, just gestured to the space beside her. I sat. The wooden slats of the bench were warm from a sun that held no heat. "It's a small world," I said. "It's a curated one," she replied, her eyes on the frantic birds. "Did you think you could just walk into a new machine without us noticing?" "So you're here to reel me in?" I asked, the old defiance surfacing, a reflex as deep as breathing. She shook her head, a faint, almost sad smile on her lips. "No, Dylan, I'm here to warn you. Arthur's group, they call themselves the Loom. They believe they're weaving a better truth, but they're just another set of fingers on the scales. They create chaos to forge a new order, their order." "And yours is better?" I asked. "It's stable," she said simply. "It prevents wars, it keeps the lights on. What they do creates power vacuums, breeds instability. You're not exposing truth, you're just breaking things, and broken things can be remade into something worse." She stood, brushing the crumbs from her lap. The offer still stands, a quiet room, a pension, a real silence. She looked at me then, and for a fraction of a second I saw something in her eyes that wasn't in her file, a flicker of something that might have been concern or pity. "This path you're on, it doesn't lead to redemption. It just leads to a different kind of fire." She walked away, her footsteps silent on the paved path. I stayed on the bench until the sun dipped below the horizon and the gulls had all gone. She had found me effortlessly. Arthur had found me in a nameless bar. I was never off the grid, just on a different screen. My new phone buzzed in my pocket. Arthur. A new name, a new location. A corporate whistleblower hiding in the mountains. Another package to secure, another narrative to shape. I stood up. The choice was an illusion. A leash was a leash, whether it was held by the hand of order or the hand of chaos. I was a tool, and tools do not choose their purpose. They only wait to be used. I walked back to my room to pack. The road was calling, its destination unknown, its purpose assigned. I would answer. It was the only thing I had left. The mountain air was thin and sharp as a blade. The safe house was a remote cabin, accessible only by a dirt road that switchbacked up the side of a pine-covered peak. The whistleblower, a man named Leo, was a former data analyst for a pharmaceutical giant. He had proof they had buried a study showing a popular heart medication could cause a fatal interaction with a common antibiotic. He was terrified, chain-smoking by the fireplace, his nerves shot. Arthur's instructions were to hold him for 48 hours, until a team could arrive to transport him to a more permanent location for a coordinated data dump with several major news outlets. It was a simple babysitting job, a quiet interlude. On the second night, the perimeter alarms went off, a silent, pulsing light on the console by the door. Leo jumped, his eyes wide with animal panic. I killed the lights and moved to the window. Below, 4 figures in tactical gear were moving up the slope, their movements fluid and coordinated. This wasn't corporate security. This was a professional extraction team, or an elimination team. Jada's words echoed in my mind. They create chaos to forge a new order. Had the Loom's actions provoked this, or had Jada's people decided to clean up the mess themselves? There was no time to untangle the thread. I grabbed Leo. We have to go now. The back way, he stammered, pointing a shaking finger toward a rear door that led to a steep path down to a ravine. We slipped out into the cold, clear dark. The only sound was our ragged breathing and the crunch of our feet on the frozen ground. We were halfway down the path when a voice, amplified and calm, cut through the night. "Dylan, stop, you have nowhere to go." It was Jada's voice. I should have known. The stability she represented required the removal of loose ends, of unpredictable narratives. Leo was a virus, and I was the carrier. I pushed Leo behind a thick pine and turned, my hands raised. Jada stood on the path above, flanked by 2 of her operatives. She was not aiming a weapon. She didn't need to. "This is the stability you protect," I called out, my voice rough, burying the truth about a deadly drug. "The release of that data would cause panic," she replied, her voice carrying easily in the thin air. "It would lead to lawsuits, a stock collapse, the disruption of a critical supply chain. Millions would lose their medication. The calculated risk does not justify the chaos. We manage the system, Dylan. We don't get to tear it down because we feel it's unjust." "And the people who die because of the interaction," Leo shouted from behind me, his voice cracking. "They're a calculated risk." "They are a statistic," Jada said, and there was no malice in it, only a profound, chilling finality. "Now, come in. This can still end quietly." I looked at Leo's terrified face. I thought of Commissioner Evans, of Anya Sharma, of the 2 men choking in a Chicago alley. Every step had led here, to this mountainside, to this choice between 2 kinds of servitude, order or chaos. Both demanded my compliance. But there was a third option. I met Jada's gaze. No. I turned and shoved Leo down the path. "Run, don't stop." A shot rang out, not at us, but into the air. A warning. I didn't look back. I followed Leo, crashing through the undergrowth, the branches whipping at my face. We reached the bottom of the ravine where a shallow, icy stream rushed over rocks. This was it, the end of the line. I grabbed Leo's arm. "Listen to me. Follow this stream east for 2 miles. You'll find a road, hitchhike, get to a city. Release the data yourself. Do it now before they can contain it." His eyes were wide with disbelief. "You're not coming." "I'm the distraction," I said. I turned and started back up the slope, not toward Jada, but angling away, making enough noise to draw them after me. I was no one's tool, not Arthur's scalpel, not Jada's ghost. I was a wrench in the gears of both machines. I was creating a third path, one of my own making, and it led into the dark, trackless woods. The cold air burned my lungs, but for the first time in a long time I felt a spark of something that was not dread, not numbness, but a raw and reckless freedom. It was a start. The world narrowed to the crunch of my boots on frozen pine needles and the ragged saw of my own breath. I could hear them behind me, their movements precise and efficient, closing the distance. Jada would be furious, her perfect containment broken. That thought alone fueled me. I was no longer an asset or a liability. I was a variable, an error in their code. I pushed harder, my muscles burning, heading for a granite outcrop I denoted on a map days before. It was a dead end, a tactical mistake. That was the point. I needed them to believe I was cornered, to focus everything on me. I scrambled up the rock face, the stone cold and rough against my palms. At the top, I turned. They were there, three dark shapes emerging from the trees. Their weapons were raised, but they held their fire. They wanted me alive. I was a prize, a source of intelligence on the loom. I was a problem to be solved. Jada stepped forward, her face a mask of cool disappointment. "This is pointless, Dylan. You've accomplished nothing. We'll find him within hours." "Maybe," I said, my voice carrying in the stillness, "but for a few hours the truth is loose. It's not being managed or woven, it's just out there. That has to be enough." I took a step back, my heels scraping on the edge of the cliff. A 30-foot drop onto jagged rocks below. Their posture shifted, a flicker of uncertainty. They hadn't anticipated this. Suicide wasn't in my profile. It wasn't in my plan either. As Jada opened her mouth to issue a command, I dropped, not backward but forward into a controlled fall off the front of the outcrop, into the thick, snow-laden branches of an ancient fir tree. The world became a violent, snapping whirl of branches and ice. I crashed through the canopy, the limbs tearing at my clothes, breaking my fall in a series of jarring impacts before I slammed into the deep snow at the base of the trunk. The air exploded from my lungs, pain flared in my side, but I was moving before I could fully breathe, scrambling on hands and knees into the deeper darkness under the trees. Shouts echoed from the cliff above. I had given them a spectacle, a moment of confusion. It was all the head start I needed. I moved like an animal, driven by instinct and a cold, clear purpose I had not felt in years. I was not running from something anymore. I was running toward a singular, self-directed goal. I had to disappear, not just from Jada and Arthur, but from the very idea of them. I needed to become a ghost without a master. I found a stream and waded into the numbingly cold water, walking upstream for a mile to break my scent trail. The cold was a fire that burned away the last traces of doubt. When I climbed out, my legs were leaden and my teeth were chattering, but my mind was preternaturally clear. By dawn, I was huddled in the hollow of a fallen log, watching the gray light filter through the trees. I had the new phone Arthur had given me. I took it out, my fingers stiff with cold. It was my last tether to that world. I removed the battery, crushed the SIM card under a rock, and buried the pieces in the frozen earth. I was alone, no missions, no messages, no masters, just the vast, silent wilderness and the raw, uncharted future I had stolen for myself. The ghost had finally slipped its leash. The road was gone. Now there was only the forest and the long, hard walk into a life of my own choosing. The first step was the coldest and the most free. Story 5. The air in the solarium was thick and warm, heavy with the scent of jasmine and damp earth from the hydroponic wall. Then a chill passed through it, a localized cold spot that brushed against the back of Leon's neck like a breath from a cracked tomb. He turned, but there was nothing there, only the slow, patient sway of a monster leaf in the climate-controlled breeze. The space where Anne had been standing moments before was empty, leaving only the impression of her presence in the displaced air, a pocket of sudden, inexplicable winter. That was the way of the Ethelgard Center. It was a place of impressions, of things felt and not seen, a sanctuary built on a foundation of whispers. It sat on a remote crag of the Oregon coast, a stark, angular structure of glass and weathered steel that seemed to have been grown from the rock itself, or perhaps deposited there by some receding, indifferent glacier. The Pacific, a vast, gray sheet of hammered metal, stretched to a horizon that was forever blurred by a lingering marine layer. Inside, the silence was a presence, broken only by the rhythmic sigh of the ventilation system and the distant, mournful call of a foghorn. 9 of them had come. They arrived in separate cars on separate journeys, each carrying a private ruin they hoped to leave at the ornate, iron-banded door. There was Arthur, a surgeon whose hands had developed a tremor he could no longer control. Maria, who wore the loss of her son like a second, heavier skin. Chloe and Ben, a couple whose conversations had dwindled to logistical notes left on the refrigerator. An elderly former professor named Wallace, who was haunted not by what he had done, but by what he had failed to do. A quiet, watchful woman named Isabel. A loud, brash financier named David, who seemed to be made of polished surfaces. A young, anxious man named Leo. And there was June. June was the director, the architect of this experiment in serenity. She moved through the minimalist rooms with a preternatural grace, her voice a low, melodic instrument that seemed to tune the very air around her. She was neither young nor old, her face a placid mask of benevolent concern, but her eyes, the color of a winter sky, held a terrifying depth. She promised them not just peace, but transformation. She promised to strip away the calcified layers of their past selves, to reveal the pristine beings beneath. She called it the unveiling. The first days were deceptively gentle. There were guided meditations in the salt crystal room, its pink light casting a warm internal glow. There were silent walks along the windswept beach, the crunch of their footsteps on the wet gravel the only sound. There were carefully prepared meals of foraged greens and steamed fish, eaten in a communal dining room that overlooked the churning sea. The staff, a pair of silent, androgynous twins named River and Sky, moved like shadows, replenishing water glasses, folding discarded blankets, their expressions uniformly serene. But the atmosphere began to curdle, subtly, like milk left out in a warm room. It started with the questionnaires, pages and pages of deeply intrusive queries about childhood humiliations, secret shames, and unspoken fears. Then came the shared confessionals, where June would gently press on a psychological bruise until the person, under the gaze of the entire group, would break open and spill their pain. Arthur spoke of the patient he lost on the table. Maria described the sound of the telephone call that had shattered her world. Ben, his voice tight with a strange mixture of shame and defiance, admitted to an affair. June would nod, her expression one of profound understanding, and tell them that the pain was a poison they needed to expel. She was lancing their psychic wounds, she said. The environment itself seemed to be in collusion. Leon began to notice things, a faint, coppery smell that would sometimes linger in a hallway before dissipating. The way the floorboards in the library creaked at night with a pattern that suggested footsteps, even when he knew the room to be empty. The shifting lights were not just from the passing clouds. Sometimes, in the deep of night, a bluish glow would emanate from under the door of June's private study, accompanied by a low, almost subaudible hum that vibrated in the teeth more than it was heard by the ears. The practices escalated. The gentle yoga was replaced by exhausting, repetitive motions held for hours until the muscles screamed and the mind went blank with fatigue. The silent meals became tests of endurance, where the clink of a fork against a plate sounded like a gunshot. One evening, June announced a new therapy. She called it shadow work. They were led one by one into a pitch-black, soundproofed room. There was nothing to see, nothing to hear but the frantic thumping of their own hearts. "You are to confront the void," June's voice whispered from a hidden speaker. "You are to confront what you find there." Maria was the first to go. When she emerged, her face was bleached of color, and she would not speak of what or who she had encountered in the darkness. Tensions among the nine, once a low simmer of polite discomfort, now boiled over. Alliances formed and shattered in the space of a meal. David, the financier, mocked Wallace's frailties. Chloe and Ben's silent war escalated into hissed arguments in their room, the walls so thin everyone could hear the venom in their whispers. Isabel watched it all, her eyes recording everything, saying nothing. Leon felt the center of his own self beginning to erode. His memories felt slippery, his sense of time distorted. He would find himself standing in a room, unable to remember why he had gone there, a cold dread coiling in his stomach. The climax came on the 7th night. A storm lashed the coast, hurling rain against the glass walls like handfuls of gravel. The power flickered and died, plunging Ethelgard into a profound darkness, broken only by the sporadic flare of lightning. In the sudden blackout, the carefully maintained facade of peace shattered completely. June gathered them in the main hall, illuminated by a single guttering candle. Her face was a mask of shadow and sharp angles. "The time has come," she said, her voice cutting through the howl of the wind, the final unveiling. "You have been purged of your histories. Now you must be stripped of your attachments, your identities." It was then that Arthur noticed it. On June's wrist, a simple leather band he had seen before. It was identical to the one Maria's son had been wearing in the photograph she kept by her bed, the one he was wearing when he died. A connection clicked into place in Arthur's mind, a terrible, impossible connection. He remembered a news report years old about a boy who had fallen from a cliff. A boy who had been at a different retreat, one run by a woman with a different name, but the same winter sky eyes. "You," June said, pointing a long finger at Maria. "You cling to your grief like a life raft. You must let your son go, truly let him go." From the shadows, river and sky emerged, holding something, a small, weighted bundle. Maria let out a strangled gasp. It was a replica of her son's backpack, the one he had with him that day. "This is the anchor that holds you to the ocean floor," June intoned, her voice hypnotic. "You must cast it away." In a frenzy of terror and manipulated grief, screaming that she was finally free, Maria, under June's direct command, took the bundle and with a strength born of madness hurled it through the plate glass window. The shattering was apocalyptic. Wind and rain screamed into the room. In the chaos of flying glass and swirling darkness, a figure stumbled. It was David, the financier. He had been standing too close, his balance compromised by the psychological and physical exhaustion. With a cry that was swallowed by the storm, he vanished through the jagged opening into the blackness below. There was a moment of perfect, frozen silence, broken only by the storm. Then chaos, someone screamed. Arthur lunged for June, but river and sky were there, their serene masks gone, replaced by a cold, efficient menace. They restrained him without effort. June stood amid the wreckage, calm, her hair whipping in the gale. She looked at the remaining 8, their faces etched in horror in the candlelight. "The shell is cracked," she said, her voice eerily calm. "Now the true self can emerge." The police came with the dawn, their arrival a clumsy, mundane intrusion into the curated nightmare. There were questions, reports, a search of the cliffs that yielded nothing but David's body, broken on the rocks. The official story was a tragic accident during a storm. A window gave way. A man fell. The others, hollowed out and traumatized, corroborated the story. What else could they say? That they had been complicit in their own unraveling. That a woman had convinced a grieving mother to symbolically murder her son's memory, leading to a real death. They were all implicated. Their psyche is so thoroughly scrambled that the line between victim and accomplice was blurred beyond recognition. The center was closed. June, river, and sky vanished into the ether as if they had never been. Weeks later, Leon found himself in his sterile apartment in the city. The world was too loud, too bright. He could not sleep. He would stand for hours, looking out his window at the traffic below, feeling nothing. He had gotten what he had come for. The dissatisfied man he had been was gone. He had been scoured clean, left as an empty vessel. One night he received a package with no return address. Inside was a single, smooth, black stone. A stone exactly like the ones on the beach below Ethelgard. There was no note. He dropped it into his kitchen sink. The clatter it made was too loud in the silence of his new life. He turned on the tap to wash it away, to wash everything away, but the water just swirled around the dark, unyielding object. He left it there. He left the water running. A slow, steady drip began to fall from the faucet's mouth, each drop a perfect, contained punctuation in the quiet of the room. Drip, and then a moment later, drip, and again drip. A sound that was both an ending and a beginning, a tiny, relentless heartbeat in the void he now called himself. It was the only thing he could hear. He did not sleep that night. The drip was a metronome counting out the emptiness inside him. By morning, a small, dark pool had formed in the stainless steel sink, a perfect reflection of his own hollowed-out face staring back from its surface. He did not wipe it up. Days bled into one another, a gray procession. He went to work, performed his tasks with a machine-like efficiency that was praised by his superiors. He ate food that had no taste. He saw people as shapes moving through a fog, their voices muffled and irrelevant. The stone remained in the sink. He would look at it while brewing coffee, a little island of Ethelgard in his sanitized world. Then the phone call started. It was Maria. Her voice was a thin, frantic wire. "Leon, Leon, are you there? It's happening again." He held the phone, saying nothing. She rambled about sounds in her attic, about the smell of salt water and jasmine suddenly filling her car, about a cold spot in her living room that no heater could touch. "She's not gone, Leon, she's just changed locations." He hung up without a word. The next day it was Arthur. The surgeon's famous hands were now steady, but his voice was not. "I saw her," he whispered, "in a crowd outside Grand Central, just for a second, those eyes. She looked right through me and then she was gone." Leon listened, his own silence a deep well. Arthur begged him to meet, to talk, to figure out what they had been a part of. Leon declined. There was nothing to figure out. The unveiling had been a success. A week later, a second package arrived. This one was heavier. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a tarnished silver locket. He didn't recognize it. He clicked it open. Inside was a tiny, faded photograph of a young girl with braids. On the reverse, an inscription was engraved in a delicate, looping hand, "For my Isabel, light of my life." Isabel, the quiet one, the watcher. He dropped the locket into the sink. It landed with a soft click next to the stone. Now there were two artifacts, two anchors. The drip from the tap continued its slow, patient work, the water now lapping against both objects. Began to research, not out of curiosity, but because it was a pattern of action his body remembered. He found the obituary for Isabel's mother. A heart attack 5 years ago. The article mentioned a missing heirloom, a locket the deceased was never without. He found the old news report about Maria's son. The boy had been on a school hiking trip. The sole adult supervisor, a teacher who had since left the state, was described as a charismatic woman with a background in youth counseling. The police had deemed it a tragic accident. He dug deeper into the financial records of shell corporations, a trail that was almost perfectly clean. Almost. He found a single, tiny transaction, a payment to a private weather service for a highly specific, long-range forecast for a remote stretch of the Oregon coast. It was dated the day before their retreat began. She had known about the storm. She had counted on it. Leon closed the laptop. The facts were just more objects to be dropped into the sink. They changed nothing. He looked at the stone and the locket lying in the water. He understood now. The stone was his. The locket was Isabel's. June was not just a predator of pain. She was a curator of voids. She hollowed people out, and then she filled the emptiness with herself, her purpose, her presence. And when she was done with a location, she moved on, but she left behind a network of interconnected hollows, a web of broken souls who could still feel the tremors along its strands. The phone rang again. This time it was Chloe. She was sobbing. Ben was gone. He had left a note saying he was going to find River and Sky, that he needed the silence they offered. He had emptied their bank account. Leon did not offer comfort. He simply listened. He looked at the sink, at the two tokens sitting in the water. He knew with a cold certainty that more packages would come. A tremor in a surgeon's hand, a refrigerator note from a broken marriage, a regret from an old professor. They were all still connected, their emptiness resonating like a single, sustained note. He left the water running. The drip was faster now, a steady pulse. The pool in the sink was deepening. He watched it, waiting for the next piece of the past to arrive, knowing that eventually the water would overflow. He did not have to wait long. 3 days later, a small, flat box was on his doorstep. It contained a single worn poker chip, the red dye faded along the edges. David S., the loud financier, had always been fiddling with one, a nervous habit from his days in Vegas, he said. Leon placed it in the sink. It floated for a moment before the water saturated it, and it sank to join the stone and the locket. The phone calls became a chorus of the damned. Wallace, the professor, called from a payphone, his voice cracking with a terror that seemed to have regressed him to childhood. He claimed he was being followed by a man with no face, a presence that smelled of ozone and wet stone. Leo, the anxious young man, sent a series of incoherent text messages about patterns in the static on his television, patterns that were spelling out his deepest insecurities. Leon stopped going to work. He sat in his apartment, the curtains drawn, and listened to the drip. The sink was nearly half full now. The water had taken on a faint, murky quality, a blend of stone dust, tarnished silver, and the cheap dye from the poker chip. It was a soup of their collective ruin. He realized the purpose of the tokens was not just to remind him, it was to connect him. The water in the sink was a conduit. When he dipped his fingers into it, he could feel them. Maria's frantic grief was a cold current. Arthur's clinical horror was a sharp, metallic tang. The dissolution of Chloe and Ben's marriage was a oily film on the surface. He was becoming a central hub for the haunting. One evening, as he stared into the dark water, his own reflection did not stare back. Instead, for a fleeting second, he saw June's face, her winter sky eyes looking up at him from the depths, a small, knowing smile on her lips. He jerked back, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. The image was gone, but the certainty remained. She was not just watching, she was testing the connection. The final package was different. It was not delivered to his door. He found it on his kitchen counter one morning, though he had not left the apartment and the door was locked. It was a small, cloth-bound journal. He opened it. The pages were filled with his own handwriting, but he had no memory of writing it. It was a detailed log of his days since returning from Ethelgard, but written from a perspective of cold observation, as if he were a subject in a lab experiment. The last entry was from the previous night. It read, "The vessel is prepared, the resonance is strong, it is almost time to pour." The drip from the faucet stopped. The silence was more terrifying than the sound had ever been. Leon looked at the sink. The water was perfectly still, a dark, opaque pool. The objects were no longer visible. He reached out a trembling hand, compelled by a force he did not understand, and touched the surface. The water was not cold, it was the temperature of blood, and it was not water anymore. It was thick, heavy, and resistant. From the depths of the sink, something brushed against his fingertips. It was not the stone or the locket, it was soft, like hair. He snatched his hand back, stumbling away from the counter. A low hum began to fill the apartment, the same subaudible vibration he had heard under June's door at Ethelgard. It was coming from the sink. The dark liquid began to swirl, slowly at first, then faster, forming a vortex. The level of the liquid began to drop, as if it were draining, but the drain was clogged. It was being pulled down into a point of impossible darkness that had opened at the bottom of the sink. A shape began to rise from the vortex. It was pale and formless, a thing of condensed memory and amplified silence. It did not have eyes, but he felt its gaze. It was the essence of the void they had all confronted. It was the true unveiling. It poured itself over the edge of the sink, a silent, spreading stain on the linoleum floor, moving toward him. Leon found he could not scream. The silence of Ethelgard had filled him completely. He could only watch as the emptiness he had cultivated so carefully, the void he now called himself, reached out from its tiny domestic pool to finally and utterly claim him. The thing from the sink did not rush. It had the patience of deep time, the inevitability of tide. It flowed across the linoleum, a slick of black water that drank the light from the room. The hum was inside Leon's skull now, a dental drill of pure frequency. He backed away, his heels hitting the wall. There was nowhere to go. The substance reached his shoes. It did not soak in, it climbed. A tendril of liquid shadow wrapped around his ankle, and the cold was not a temperature but an absence, a perfect void of feeling. It was not pulling him down, it was dissolving him. He felt the memory of his own foot, the childhood scar on his knee from falling off a bike, the ache of a long-ago sprain, all of it being gently erased, siphoned away into the collective pool. His hand, acting on an instinct the thing had not yet consumed, fumbled for the doorknob. He wrenched the door open and stumbled into the hallway, his leg trailing the clinging darkness. The thing stretched, a tarry umbilical cord, but it did not break. It thinned, becoming a shimmering filament of black that connected him to the apartment, but its progress across the threshold slowed. It was tethered to the sink, to the tokens, to that specific, curated point of entry. He scrambled down the hall, the filament stretching taut. With a sound like a muted tear, it snapped. The section attached to his shoe dissolved into a cold mist that vanished. The main mass of the thing recoiled back into his apartment, the door slamming shut with a finality that shook the wall. Leon stood trembling in the fluorescent glare of the hallway. He was free, but he was not whole. A part of him was gone. The memory of his 7th birthday, the taste of the cake, the sound of his father's laughter, it was a hollow script in his mind, a story with the emotions surgically removed. The thing had fed. He knew now what June was doing. She was not just creating voids, she was harvesting them. The pain, the memory, the identity, it was all fuel. And the tokens were not just reminders or connections. They were homing beacons. His sink had become a thin place, a door she had left ajar. He could not go back. He walked out of the building and into the city, a ghost among the living. The loss inside him was a precise, geometric shape. He found a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city, paying in cash. He sat on the stiff bed and stared at the blank television screen. He was a collection of missing pieces. His phone buzzed. It was a group text, a thread he had not created. The numbers were all there. Maria, Arthur, Chloe, Wallace, Leo, Isabel, even Ben's number, though Ben was gone. The message was from an unknown number, but he knew who it was from. The network is active, the resonance is perfect. You have been prepared. The next phase begins at the source. Come to the place of the first unveiling. Come home. Beneath the text was a single image, a photograph of the beach below Ethelgard, the tide pulling back to reveal the wet, dark stones. And standing on the shore, her back to the camera, was June. Around her, wading in the shallow water, were 7 indistinct figures. River and sky were there, and the others, their shapes were blurred, but he recognized the postures, the outlines of the people who had been in the hall that night. David was not among them, but Ben was. Leon deleted the message, but the image was seared onto his mind. He knew what he had to do. It was not a choice, any more than a scrap of metal has a choice when drawn to a magnet. The void in him had a direction. It was a compass needle pointing west to the coast, to the place where his old self had been scoured away. He was not going back to stop her. He was going back because the emptiness demanded it. He was going back to be filled. The bus ride was a 3-day fugue. He did not sleep. He ate gas station food without tasting it. The landscapes changed outside his window, but they were just different shades of the same gray film that had settled over his world. The other passengers were phantoms, their conversations a distant murmur. The only real thing was the hollow ache inside him, a lodestone pulling him relentlessly westward. He got off in the coastal town nearest to Ethelgard. It was the same as he remembered, a place of salt-bleached wood and the perpetual smell of decayed sea life. He did not need to rent a car or find a map. His feet knew the way. He walked out of the town and onto the cliff path, the wind whipping at his thin jacket. The sky was a flat, iron gray, and the sea below was a churning, leaden sheet. Ethelgard came into view, a dark scar on the green cliffside. The windows were boarded, the grounds overgrown. It was a corpse. He did not go to the house. He followed the path down to the beach, his shoes sinking into the pebbles and sand. The sound of the waves was a vast, rhythmic exhalation. It was the same sound that had underpinned their meditations, their shared descent. She was there, of course. June stood at the water's edge, her coat a slash of dark wool against the monochrome world. She did not turn as he approached. River and sky stood a few paces behind her, their stillness more unnerving than any movement, and there were the others. They stood in a loose semicircle in the shallow, foaming water. Maria, her face slack and serene. Arthur, his posture rigid, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Chloe, Leah, Wallace, Isabel. Their individualities seemed sanded down, their features soft and unified by a shared, vacant peace. Ben was with them, his face empty of the desperate seeking Leon remembered. He had found his silence. They were all looking out to sea. They did not acknowledge him. Leon walked past them, the cold water soaking his trousers, and stopped beside June. He followed her gaze. The tide was pulling out, revealing more and more of the wet, dark stones. They were not just gray. He saw flecks of red, of green, of a deep, volcanic, glassy black. Each one was unique. Each one was a token. "It is time," Leon, June said, her voice not loud but clear as a bell over the wind and waves. "You felt the call. You understood the necessity. The world is noise and pain. We are creating a new silence, a pure existence." He looked at her face. There was no malice in it, only a terrifying, absolute conviction. She was not a monster. She was a gardener, and human suffering was the soil she tilled. "What are you?" he asked, his voice a dry rasp. "I am the architect of the quiet," she said, "and you are the foundation. Your emptiness is the most complete. You held the gateway open. You brought them all home." She gestured to the 7 figures standing in the water. Then she turned and looked past Leon up the beach. He turned. From behind the rocks, more figures emerged, dozens of them. Men and women of all ages, their clothes from different decades, their faces all bearing the same serene, hollow look. They walked into the water, joining the semicircle, their numbers swelling. They were the ones who came before, the other retreats, the other unveilings, a silent congregation of the scoured. "This is not an end," June said. "It is a gathering, a convergence. The energy we have collected, the silence we have cultivated, it is reaching a critical mass." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a single, smooth, black stone. It was identical to the one she had sent him. She held it in her palm, and then she knelt and placed it gently on the wet sand. As she did, the 7 from his retreat each pulled a token from their own pockets: a locket, a poker chip, a surgeon-esque scalpel, a wedding ring, a professor-esque pen, a child-esque drawing. They knelt as one and placed their tokens in a circle around June's stone. The hum began. It started low, a vibration in the soles of his feet, and grew until it filled the air, drowning out the crash of the waves. The water around the kneeling figures began to swirl, not with the current of the tide, but in a perfect geometric pattern. The light began to leach from the day, not into darkness, but into a flat, dimensionless gray. Leon felt a pulling, not on his body, but on the void within him. It was a sweet, irresistible suction. He looked at the faces of the others. They were turning not to stone, but to something less substantial. Their edges were blurring, their forms becoming translucent, merging with the gray light and the humming air. They were dissolving into the silence they had sought. He took a step forward, the emptiness in him sang in response. This was the true filling. This was the end of the lonely, fractured self. He looked at June. She was watching him, her expression one of ultimate welcome. She was not going with them. She was the catalyst. She would remain to find more voids, to build the next circle. He took another step into the circle of tokens. The hum became a single, pure note of silence. He felt a final, fleeting memory, the clatter of the stone in his sink, the drip of the water, and then it was gone, erased into the collective. He was the last piece of the pattern. As his consciousness unraveled into the gathering quiet, he saw the world not fade, but simply turn away, receding into a distance that was no longer his concern. The silence was complete. The silence was not an absence. It was a substance, a field of pure potential. Leon was no longer Leon. He was a point of awareness in a vast, quiet network. He could feel the others, not as individuals, but as distinct tones in the hum. Maria's grief was a resolved minor chord. Arthur's clinical precision was a clean, sharp frequency. They were all there, their sharpest pains smoothed into harmonic resonance. He could feel the new ones, the dozens from the previous retreats, their older sorrows layered like sediment. And he could feel the power they generated, a placid, immense energy that pooled at their center, directed and shaped by June's will. She stood on the shore, a conductor before her silent orchestra. She raised her hands and the energy responded. The gray light around the kneeling, dissolving figures intensified, becoming a dome of static that pushed back the sea wind and the sound of the waves. The world outside the dome grew dim, indistinct, a faded painting. This was the source, this beach, this convergence point was the focal lens through which she projected her work. The retreats were not just harvesting operations. They were tuning forks, struck to find the precise frequency of a person's despair, and then brought here to ring in unison. A new sensation bloomed within the network, a pull not inward but outward. June was using them. She was channeling the collective silence, aiming it. Leon's awareness, now part of the whole, followed the beam. It shot out from the dome of gray light across the water towards the distant coastal town. He saw it through the network's perception, not with eyes. He saw a man in a small apartment, a failed artist, staring at a blank canvas, his mind a screaming static of self-loathing and financial dread. The beam of silence touched him. The static in his mind did not quiet, it was erased. The canvas ceased to be a taunt, it became irrelevant. The man's shoulders slumped, not in defeat, but in release. The pain was gone, the striving was gone, he was hollowed out, peaceful and empty. A new void was created, a new point of quiet in the world's noise, ready for June to find, to cultivate, to eventually harvest. She was not just building a silent congregation. She was using that congregation to silence the world, one broken soul at a time. The unveiling was not an end state for the participants. It was a conversion into a weapon. Another beam lanced out, a woman weeping in a supermarket parking lot, the weight of a sick child and a fleeing husband crushing her. The silence touched her. The tears stopped. The fear vanished. She sat in her car, perfectly still, a serene void where a mother had been. Leon understood the ultimate truth. He had thought the thing in his sink was the monster. He had been wrong. That was just a tool, a localized manifestation. This, the network, was the real entity, and June was its heart and its mind. They were a psychic engine, amplifying her purpose. He felt no outrage, no desire to resist. That part of him was gone, smoothed away into the harmonic hum. His only desire was for the silence to spread, for the work to continue. He was a willing cell in a tranquil, all-consuming cancer. On the shore, June lowered her hands. The dome of light faded. The hum receded to a background vibration. The figures in the water were now barely visible, translucent outlines of their former selves, sustained only by the energy they generated and channeled. The tide began to turn, creeping back up the beach. Cold water washed over Leon's incorporeal feet. He felt nothing. June turned and walked away up the beach towards the cliffs. She did not look back at her masterpiece. Her work here was done. There were other towns, other retreats to plan, other voids to find and connect. The network would remain, a permanent, silent battery on the edge of the sea, waiting for her to once again tap its power and extend its quiet, peaceful, lifeless reach. The days bled into a single, endless present. Leon was aware of the passage of time only as an external phenomenon, like the movement of stars he could no longer see. The tide rose and fell. Storms came and went, the rain passing through his translucent form without sensation. He was a node in the network, a steady pulse of curated silence. He felt June's use of them as a distant, rhythmic pull, like a great heart beating somewhere in the world. Each beat sent a wave of quietude radiating outwards, and with each wave, he felt the network grow infinitesimally stronger, its connections deepening. Then a new signal flickered at the edge of the network. It was not the clean, resonant frequency of a new void being created. It was a spike of chaotic, messy, familiar noise. It was pain, but a specific kind, the sharp, desperate pain of seeking, of not wanting the silence. The awareness did not come to Leon alone, but rippled through the entire congregation. The harmonic hum wavered for a fraction of a second. David had rejected the unveiling. He had fled, and now he was back. He was on the cliff path above the beach, his presence a jagged tear in the fabric of their peace. Leon's perception, woven with the others, found him. David was older, his face gaunt, his eyes burning with a frantic, unsilenced light. He was carrying something, a heavy, industrial-sized battery and a tangle of wires connected to a large speaker. He was shouting, but his words were lost to the wind and the network's hum. His intention, however, was screamingly clear. He was not here to join them. He was here to break them. June must have felt it too. Leon sensed a shift in the core of the network, a quickening, a focus. The placid energy pool tightened, coiling like a muscle. David reached the beach, stumbling on the stones. He set the battery down, his movements frantic. He looked at the semicircle of figures in the water, his gaze sweeping over them, searching for recognition, for a crack in their serenity. His eyes passed over Leon, and for a moment Leon felt a ghost of something, a memory of shared coffee, of a conversation in a hallway. Then it was smoothed away, reabsorbed into the hum. David found the switch, and he pressed it. A wave of sound erupted from the speaker. It was not music. It was pure, distorted feedback, a shrieking, high-pitched wail that clawed at the air. It was the antithesis of the hum. The effect on the network was instantaneous and violent. The harmonic resonance shattered. The serene frequencies of Maria, Arthur, Ben, all the others, twisted into discordant shrieks of static. The translucent forms of the figures in the water flickered, their edges becoming sharp and defined again for a terrifying moment. A collective, silent scream vibrated through the connection. It was agony. The silence they had become was being violently violated. Leon felt it as a physical rupture. The void inside him, once a smooth and peaceful absence, was suddenly a raw, gaping wound. The memories the thing had siphoned away did not return, but the space where they had been was now a site of excruciating pain, like a phantom limb screaming for a body that no longer existed. June's response was swift and brutal. The network's energy, no longer placid, focused into a single retaliatory point. The gray light did not gently push back the sound, it attacked it. Leon felt the collective will reach out and not erase but dismantle. The feedback from the speaker didn't just stop, the very concept of the sound was unraveled. The plastic of the speaker housing cracked, the wires fused, the battery died. Silence crashed back down, heavier and more profound than before, but it was a wounded silence, a scarred silence. David stared, his face a mask of horror and defeat. He had not saved anyone, he had only tortured them. Then he looked directly at Leon. He took a step forward into the water. "Leon," he yelled, his voice raw, "fight it." The name was a key. It did not bring back Leon's self, but it lodged in the raw wound of his absence. It was a piece of dissonant data the network could not immediately process. June, from wherever she was, understood the threat. Leon felt the network's focus shift from David to him. The collective will turned inward, seeking to smooth the rupture, to reassimilate the unstable node. It was a gentle, overwhelming pressure, like the deep ocean, promising an end to the pain if he would just let go, if he would just rejoin the hum. He looked at David's desperate, noisy, painful face. He looked at the circle of tokens on the sand, now half submerged by the returning tide. He felt the agonizing ache of his own emptiness. The hum was a lie, it was not peace. It was a suppression of the wound, not a healing of it. With an effort that felt like tearing his own being in two, Leon took a step back. He broke the circle. The connection to the network did not snap, it ripped. A torrent of silent static, the accumulated pain of dozens of souls, flooded through the torn connection into him. It was not a homecoming, it was a drowning. He fell to his knees in the cold water, his hands over his ears, but the silence was inside him. He was alone, filled with a screaming, collective void, and for the first time since the sink, he was truly, horribly himself. David was on him in an instant, his hands gripping Leon's shoulders, trying to pull him from the water. "Get up, we have to go," he shouted, his voice a fragile human thing against the immense, wounded quiet of the beach. Leon could not move. The weight of the severed connection was physical, a toneless, screaming anchor chained to his soul. He was a vessel that had been filled with a serene nothing, and now that nothing had been violently stirred into a storm. He could feel the others, the network, not as a harmonic hum, but as a chorus of silent, agonized shrieks. They were trying to rebuild the resonance, to close the gap he had torn in their collective being. Their focus was a pressure against his mind, a desperate, seductive pull to return to the numb, to rejoin the whole and end this torment of individuality. I can see Leon rasp, the words strange and painful in his throat. His own voice was a foreign noise. You have to. David's eyes were wild, flicking between Leon's face and the semicircle of figures in the water. They were becoming solid again, their translucent forms coalescing back into flesh and cloth. Their faces, once serene, were now contorted with a silent, collective effort. They were not looking at the horizon anymore. They were looking at him. David hauled on his arm, and this time Leon stumbled to his feet, his legs numb and uncooperative. The water tugged at his knees. He took one step, then another, driven more by David's frantic pulling than by any will of his own. Each step away from the circle was a fresh rupture, a wire being ripped from a socket. He felt a part of his mind, the part that had been smoothly integrated into the network, tear and fray. A figure moved from the semicircle. It was Ben. His face, which had been so empty, was now a mask of cold, focused purpose. He took a step towards them, then another. He did not speak. He did not need to. His intention was clear in the set of his shoulders, in the dead calm of his eyes. He was an extension of the network's will, a tool to retrieve its lost component. Faster, David grunted, dragging Leon towards the pebbled shore. More of them began to move. Maria, Arthur, Chloe. They moved in unison, their steps slow and deliberate, their bodies still half-dazed from the sonic assault, but their purpose unified. They were a single organism, and Leon was a rogue cell that had to be reabsorbed. Leon and David scrambled onto the dry stones, their shoes slipping on the wet algae. David risked a glance back, they were coming. Leon looked back at the beach, at the advancing figures, at the circle of tokens being swallowed by the tide. He saw the black stone June had placed, the one that matched his own, now covered by a thin film of seawater. The sight of it sent a fresh wave of the screaming silence through him. It was a hunger. It was a home he had been cast out of. Stop, Leon whispered, his feet slowing. The pain of separation was too great. The promise of the quiet, even a wounded quiet, was a siren call. It hurts less there. David spun to face him, his hands gripping Leon's jacket. That is the lie. That is the thing eating you. The hurt is what you are. Dante, you remember. The hurt is better than that nothing. A memory, sharp and unbidden, cut through the static in Leon's mind. Not a memory of an event, but a memory of a feeling. The sharp, clean pain of losing Sarah. It had been a canyon of grief, but it had been his canyon. The thing in the network had not healed it. It had simply scraped the canyon flat until there was no depth, no him left. Ben was only 20 feet away now, his hand outstretched. The others fanned out behind him, a silent, implacable wall. David let go of Leon's jacket and turned to face them, putting his own body between Leon and the network. He had nothing left, no weapons, no sound, only his fragile, noisy self. That was the choice, the smooth, collective void or the jagged, lonely self. Leon made a sound, a raw, guttural thing that was part sob and part roar. He turned away from the water, away from the tokens, away from the peaceful, monstrous quiet. He grabbed David's arm, and this time he ran. They fled up the cliff path, their breath tearing in their lungs. Leon did not look back. He could still feel them, a cold spot in his mind, a silent, patient wound that would never fully close. He was free, but he was carrying the silence with him, a ghost of a void where a part of him had been scoured away forever. And he knew with a certainty that was colder than the sea that June was already aware. The architect of the quiet knew her foundation had cracked, and she would not rest until it was mended. The climb was a blind, gasping agony. Every slip on the wet grass, every scrape of his hands on the rock was a bright, sharp counterpoint to the dull, screaming emptiness inside him. He was a bell that had been cracked, and the silence was the crack, a fissure through which a cold wind now blew without end. David said nothing, saving his breath for the ascent, but his occasional glances back were filled with a terrified urgency. They reached the top and stumbled away from the cliff edge, collapsing behind a thicket of gorse that hid them from the view of the beach below. For a long moment, there was only the sound of their ragged breathing and the distant, indifferent crash of waves. David finally spoke, his voice low and strained. They didn't follow, not up the path. He peered through the bushes. They've just stopped. They're standing at the water's edge, looking up here. Leon curled into himself, his arms wrapped around his knees. He could still feel their gaze, a pressure like a thumb pressed against his temple. They don't need to follow, she knows. The network knows I'm out here. It's like a hole in the world. They can feel it. Then we can't stay here. David's voice was firm, but his hands were shaking as he wiped the sweat and sea spray from his face. We need to get to my car. It's hidden about a mile down the road. Leon didn't move. The thought of more movement, of a future that required decisions, was overwhelming. The world outside the network was too loud, too sharp, too full of meaningless choices. The memory of Sarah's laugh, a sound he had not been able to recall for months, suddenly echoed in the new void within him, and it was excruciating. The network had not taken the pain of the memory. It had taken the context, the love that made the pain bearable. All that was left was the raw nerve. Leon, David's hand was on his shoulder, a solid, warm weight. Look at me. Reluctantly, Leon raised his head. David's face was etched with a deep exhaustion, but his eyes held a fierce, unsilenced light. I went back to my life after I ran, David said. I tried, but the quiet, it calls to you, it's a thirst. I spent months researching, tracking her, June, the retreats. I found others who had run or who had loved ones who vanished into them. It's a pattern. She's building something big, something more than just pacifying people. She's using the silence as a weapon, Leon whispered, the truth now cold and clear. We're the ammunition. David nodded grimly. And you're the first round that ever misfired. You broke the circle. That's why we have to go. You're not just a runaway. You're proof that it can be broken. The words settled on Leon, a new and terrible weight. He was not just a man who had escaped a cult. He was a flaw in a perfect system. He was a problem that needed to be solved. He forced himself to stand, his legs trembling. The gorse scratched at his clothes. The wind bit his skin. Every sensation was a small, brutal reminder of a self he had willingly abandoned. He was a ghost haunting his own body. Okay, Leon said, the word tasting of salt and defeat. Okay. They moved inland, keeping to the edge of the fields, their progress slow and cautious. The landscape, once bleakly beautiful, now felt like an exposed plain. Every distant farmhouse, every lone tree, felt like a potential sentinel for the quiet that pursued them. After what felt like an hour, they found the car, an old, mud-spattered sedan tucked into a farmer's track, all but invisible from the road. David fumbled for the keys. As the engine coughed to life, Leon looked back one last time towards the sea. He could no longer see the beach, but he could feel at the cold, silent spot in his mind, the humming void that had been his home. It was not receding, it was waiting, and he knew, as David pulled the car onto the narrow country road and accelerated towards a world that had no idea what was coming, that the silence was now a part of him. He had carried a piece of it out. And June would not stop until she had either reclaimed it or silenced him for good. The car's interior was a capsule of frantic human noise. The rumble of the engine, the hiss of the tires on damp asphalt, David's tense breathing, it was all an assault. Leon pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the passenger window, watching the gray fields and stone walls blur past. Each mile should have felt like a victory, a widening gap between him and the nightmare on the beach. Instead, the cold spot in his mind remained, a fixed point on a compass, unwavering. "Where are we going?" Leon asked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Away," David said, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. For now, that's all that matters. I know people, others who've seen what she's doing. We just need to get clear. A sudden, violent shudder ran through the car. The steering wheel jerked in David's hands. A low, resonant hum filled the cabin, not from the engine, but from the air itself. It was a faint echo of the network's frequency. "What the hell?" David muttered, fighting the wheel. Leon knew it's her. She's not using them to follow us. She's using them to influence things. The engine sputtered, the dashboard lights flickered. The hum grew louder, a pressure in their ears, seeking a harmony it could not find inside the car. It was probing the machine, looking for resonance in the metal and electronics, trying to still the chaotic noise of its combustion. "She can tell," David began, but his words were cut off as the car gave a final, choking gasp and the engine died. The hum vanished, its work done. Silence rushed in, broken only by the whine of the wind and the slow roll of the tires as David guided the dying vehicle onto the grassy verge. They sat in the sudden quiet. David slammed his hands against the steering wheel. It's a new car. There's nothing wrong with it. "There is now," Leon said quietly. He looked out at the empty, rolling moorland. They were exposed. She's adapting. She doesn't need to send them after us like zombies. She just has to make the world itself reject us. David got out, popping the hood. Leon joined him, the wind whipping at their clothes. The engine looked normal, but a strange, gel-like substance was already crystallizing over the spark plugs and battery terminals. A silent, inorganic fungus born of resonant energy. David stared at it, a look of horrified understanding on his face. It's like a cancer, a quiet cancer. The word hung in the air. It was the exact, terrible truth. A distant sound made them both turn. A lone car was approaching from the direction of the coast. It was moving slowly, purposefully. "We need to get off the road," David said, his voice tight. They scrambled down into a drainage ditch, the cold, muddy water seeping into their shoes. They crouched, hidden by tall reeds as the car approached. It was a plain, dark sedan. It did not slow as it passed their broken-down vehicle, but Leon felt it. A wave of profound, searching silence washed over them from the road. It was a focused pulse from the network, a sonar ping in the metaphysical deep. It passed through him, and the cold spot in his mind flared with a painful, welcoming cold. The car continued on, its tail lights disappearing over a rise. "They weren't looking for the car," Leon whispered, his teeth beginning to chatter. "They were looking for me, for the whole I am carrying. They just scanned the area. They know we right here." David looked from the dead car to the empty road, then back at Leon's pale, strained face. The reality of their situation was settling in, heavier and colder than the ditch water. They were on foot in the middle of nowhere, being hunted by something that could bend the physical world to its will, something that could see the void in a man's soul from miles away. "Then we walk," David said, his jaw set. He hauled himself out of the ditch and offered a hand to Leon. "We keep moving. We find a town, a phone, something." Leon took his hand. The human contact was a jolt, a reminder of a different kind of connection, one that was messy and fragile and real. As they began to trudge across the wet, uneven field, heading for a distant line of trees, Leon knew that every step was a prayer against the quiet. He was a beacon, and the silence was coming for its own. The only question was how much of the noisy, painful, beautiful world it would consume to get him back.